This is the March 18th meeting of the Mendocino County Planning Commission. I would like to call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Effective March 27th, 2020, the Mendocino County Planning Commission meetings will be conducted virtually and not available for in-person public participation. Meetings are live streamed and available for viewing on the Mendocino County YouTube page at www.youtube.com/Mendocino County Video. In order to minimize the risk of exposure during this time of emergency, the public may participate digitally in meetings by sending comments to pbscommissions@mendocinocounty.org in lieu of personal attendance. All public comment will be made immediately available to the commissioner's staff and the general public as they are received and processed by staff, and can be viewed as attachments to this meeting agenda at the Planning Commission agenda page. Requests for telecomment are required to be submitted prior to 7 a.m. the morning of the meeting. If you requested to speak under public expression, please call in at this time. Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
Here.
Commissioner Jacobson? Commissioner Pollan?
Here.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Nelson?
Here.
And Chair Purnell? Thank you.
Okay, do we have a determination of legal notice for all items?
All items have been legally noticed.
Wonderful. Director's report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Nash Gonzalez. We wanted to go ahead and update the community on basically what I'll refer to as personnel matters. I want to report that the Board of Supervisors has hired a cannabis manager. This cannabis manager, her name is Kristen Nevedal. She started this past Monday. And I would note that she is likely going to be listening to tomorrow's Planning Commission ordinance amendments that are coming before you. And then secondly, I want to go ahead and report that we currently have recruitments in process for 3 senior planners and 1 chief planner for the Coast Office at this point. So at least one of the senior planners will be assigned to long-range planning. And that concludes my report, very short and brief, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the director? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 4, matters from the public expression. The Planning Commission welcomes participation in commission meeting. This item is limited to matters under the jurisdiction of the commission that are not on the posted agenda and items which have not already been considered by the commission. No action will be taken. Individuals wishing to address the commission under public expression are welcome to do so via telecomment or email in lieu of personal attendance. Emails shall be sent to pbscommissions@mendocinocounty.org. All correspondence received will be made available on the Planning Commission agenda page. To submit public comments via telecomment, a request form must have been received by 7 a.m. the morning of the meeting. And did we have any telecomments for this portion of public expression?
We did not receive any public expression telecomments.
Okay, well that makes it easy. And I think we can skip past item number 5, consent calendar. There is nothing. And just move right along to agenda item 6A. 2020 or UM 2020-0004. Crown Castle is the applicant. For this item, I think we have some recusals that need to happen. Is that why you're raising your hand, Commissioner Nelson?
That's the reason. And I'm curious to know, do we have an estimate of how long this is going to be? So I know when to log in.
Yes, great question. And I also need to recuse myself from this item, and we'll be turning it over to our vice chair. Without the two of us, do we have a quorum for this issue?
No, we do not. And I would like to turn it over to Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, for the short term, while to answer Commissioner Nelson's question, I think this will be only a matter of minutes. I would still ask the gavel be passed to Commissioner Wiedemann for the other commissioners to leave the Zoom meeting, and then we'll deal with the quorum issue at that point.
All right, so what I will do here for Chair Purnell and Commissioner Nelson is I will put you on what is called hold, and then we will bring you back in just a few minutes. So I would say just, stay present because it looks like this may be a short discussion, so.
And actually, one quick comment, can both the commissioners recusing state the reasons for their recusals on the record?
I have a conflict of interest because we have a Crown Castle antenna on our property.
And I have done previous advocacy prior to my time on the commission on this exact project. And
All right.
at this, I'd like to pass the gavel to the Vice Chair Wiedemann.
So with that, I will be putting both Commissioner Purnell and Commissioner Nelson on hold. We'll bring you back in a few minutes here. So thank you. And one more, hold on, Purnell. Okay. All right, there we go.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. Since we do not have a quorum on the Crown Castle agenda item 6A, how do we proceed, staff?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, at this point, reviewing the timing of this matter and what's and the requirements of our code, we're currently over the 180 days the code allows for this kind of use permit to get to hearing, and any further extensions that are available only with the written consent of the applicant. So as of right now, we only have verbal consent to today. So I think only with the applicant's consent could this item be continued.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So in other words, we're past our due by date and it will be automatically approved because we can't deny it because we don't have a quorum.
Under today's ruling and without consent of the applicant for further continuance of this matter for a hearing, this item would be deemed approved.
Unbelievable.
So if the commission would like, I am happy to bring in the representative of the application, and we can speak with them about if they are willing to agree to a continuation, or I mean, really that's sort of the option here on the table.
So I have a question. In reviewing the application further, I noticed that the pole as it currently exists is in violation of the setback requirements. So isn't their application incomplete, because wouldn't they also require a variance in order to void those setback requirements? In other words, they would actually need an application that requests a variance and a use permit to go forward?
No, since the tower is existing, it is considered legal non-conforming. It was built prior to the current regulations.
Usually when you're expanding an existing legal non-conforming use, you still need to get a variance. And this would be an expansion of an existing non-conforming use.
I mean, if I may, Chair, there is no such action as a variance for a non-conforming use. Variances are to development standards, and so this is not subject to a development standard.
Isn't a setback a development standard?
It is, but because it is an existing structure, it would not be subject to a variance. Because it generally, when you're dealing with issues of non-conforming, they're usually treated with a use permit under our code.
Interesting.
I have a question for staff and for county council. Because the applicant resubmitted information, this would be the first this would be basically almost the first time we're hearing the project because there's new information from the applicant. It wouldn't be our second round based on, we got an additive report. And the whole point of this item right now is we had to look at that new information and new report. Go ahead.
Council Matthew Kudrowski, the time frame, so whatever has been requested for a submittal or submitted by the applicant between the last hearing and this one, I'm not sure that's a resubmittal of the project. The 180-day time limit in the code starts from when the project was deemed complete, and that occurred summertime of last year. That's the time frame we're looking at.
And so therefore, so even though there's a new submittal, that wouldn't like issue the clock from.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, when you refer to a resubmittal, what are you referring to, Commissioner or Vice Chair?
Their report back. We have our staff report for this has been somewhat changed from the original one we heard last meeting by the applicant.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think the deemed complete standard is not revised by any additions that they're making pursuant to the request of the commission. So no, I do not believe that time frame was told or extended by that point.
So can I ask one more question? Do we expect to have the fourth planning commissioner tomorrow?
No, they have already stated they are not available.
Because I was thinking we could just continue the hearing till tomorrow if they were going to join us.
Can I ask a quick question to staff as well? You said barring written consent from the applicant, this would be deemed approved. When we hear oral comment from the applicant now, will we be requesting that they submit that written comment? And is it even possible to receive it at this point to continue the item?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, the code initially provides for 180 days time period, and that got us to February. Working beyond that, I think we've had a federal-based tolling agreement and verbal agreement to today. Should we bring the applicant in, and if they didn't, I think it's up to them at this point to see if they wanted to consent to anything further. And then if we've got that in writing, that would be that would be the written consent. I believe under our code, we're still within that extra potential 90-day time period, but that's only at the written consent of the applicant.
So I do have the applicants or agents for the applicant available here on the line if you wish to hear from them. And I've brought in Jason Osborne and Donna Davis. I'm unsure, Chair, if you would like, or Vice Chair, excuse me, if you'd like to hear from them now or have any further questions for staff and or council.
Commissioner Pollan, do you have any additional questions or information you want to hear from staff?
No, I mean, I guess I would like to request that the applicant submit, written comment requesting additional time. I mean, we have received new information. We continue this from last month. It seems like there is still some public controversy around this particular project, and for it to go through on a technicality without a full hearing from the Planning Commission feels like an abdication of our responsibility. And I think in terms of community relationships between the applicant and the community at large, they would want to know that this went through a proper process. So I would hope that we would be able to get that and continue it later, because to lose this one on a technicality doesn't feel great.
Commissioner Jones?
I have no other comments.
Okay, with that, I pass it back to staff.
And just to clarify, would you like to hear from the applicant whether or not they're in agreement?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, so we've brought in Donna Davis, Jason Osborne, Rochelle Swanson, and Connor Richards. I'm unsure who will be speaking first, and I see we also have Joe Parker here that I'm bringing in. So I'm unsure who will be speaking first, but please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
And before we begin, this Deputy County Council Matthew Godrowski, we can't address the project today. We're only here, given the lack of quorum, to discuss the idea of a continuance.
Correct.
Okay, good morning, Vice Chair, members of the commission. My name is Joe Parker. I'm counsel for Crown Castle. Thank you for the time to appear before you. My client is not inclined to agree to a continuance today. Ordinarily, we would accommodate a jurisdiction in this regard, but for reasons related to preemption by federal law, this is a mandatory approval under section 6409. And so I will say that my client has undertaken substantial efforts to cooperate with Planning Commission. Our efforts here to improve the appearance of the existing facility by rebranching the tree. And so I'm fully sensitive and appreciate your concerns here. Myself, I'm also a former council president and sit on planning boards in my hometown. In this situation, given the mandatory approval required by federal law, which I'm very confident is an absolute legal conclusion. And I think if it's necessary, I believe your county council will confirm if this is deemed to be an eligible facilities request. It indeed is mandatory approval required under federal law. So with that in mind, we respectfully decline the invitation to continue the hearing, and happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
So is anybody else going to speak, or is that enough? Since their attorney declined it.
I believe that would probably be the conclusion of the discussion with the applicant at this time. So
I would just like to say one thing to the counsel for the applicant. Thank you for the respectful nature of your comment. I would also just add, though, that while this may be, while there may be a legal mandatory requirement for an extension of this permit, it's not simply it's not just a reapplication. It is an extension of the height of the tower, which is one of the issues that's been most closely debated. And we had, at the last meeting, had asked staff for some information from previous planning commission meetings. And in terms of goodwill towards the community for that not to be heard, I think Crown Castle risks some significant political blowback on this one. And I would just, again, I would respectfully ask that you reconsider your position.
The Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, just kind of remind both commissioners and applicant that right now we can't, the issue of whatever may or not be required by federal law, that's not really, you can't talk about in front of the commission today. We have no quorum to discuss the item. Barring any further comment from the applicant, it sounds at the moment they're not consenting to the idea of a continuance, which means this item would not be continued to a date certain, and likely would not come back before the commission at this time and would be deemed approved.
Commissioner Pollan, thank you for your comments. I understand what you're saying. Again, I wouldn't be taking this position if I hadn't thoroughly researched these issues. This is something that I do for Crown on a continuous and regular basis. For the last 20 years, I've been involved with applications for this particular site in the past. I'm very familiar with it. And these tower height issues that you're raising, I thoroughly briefed in my PowerPoint. I invite you to take a look at it. But frankly, the law is quite mandatory in that regard, and including the most recent comments from the FCC, which clarify what defeating concealment means. So I apologize that we're taking that line with you at this stage, but at the end of the day, the two things that strike me as being significant is the mandatory approval requirement, which defeats all of the issues that we're talking about. And secondly, my client's commitment and agreement to essentially intensify the branching density of this particular facility by double, which will improve its appearance. And so, and that's notwithstanding the substantial benefits of coverage being brought into your area. So again, I apologize that this is a technical nightmare, if you will, at this early stage, but I have looked at this very carefully, and I wouldn't be taking this position if I didn't feel confident that at the end of the day, we would get an approval. Having said that, my client is a good neighbor and tries to be a good neighbor, and similar to the last time that this project came up, and like today, we're doing what we can, even at great expense, to improve the appearance of this facility beyond the requirements of federal law. And so I want you to know that, and if it makes you feel any better, please take a look at my presentation, because I made substantial effort to cover as many issues as I could that were coming up in the hearing.
Right. If I may, what I'd like to do is request a second legal opinion about this, because the attorney, as he said, he added a substantial amount to our file. And
now, that's not true. I'm sorry, I didn't add. What I did was explain the issues.
Wait, I'm speaking.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I would like a second opinion on this beyond our county council right now. How do we go about that? And I guess, Matthew, you would have to give me that and the rest of the commission that information. Only because the amount, this package that's presented to us today has changed, which I think then, even though it's a continuation, it's new information.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, if we can take a 5-minute break. Vice Chair, is that?
Yeah. So let's take a 5-minute break, if that's okay with planning and the planning staff.
Yes.
And the other commissioners.
So it looks like we'll be coming back at about 9:28, about 9:30-ish.
Okay, thank you.
And please, commissioners, please mute yourselves during the break here. Thank you. If you are there, please turn on your cameras so we know that you're there. And we do have an additional, okay, excellent. Looks like we've got everyone here. So I will turn it over to Vice Chair Wiedemann and would like to note we have County Council Curtis on the call here now.
Yes, can I hear from County Council's second opinion?
If I may, Madam Vice Chair, my understanding is the question that was posed was whether additional arguments submitted by the applicant would constitute a resubmission. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and no, so unless there's an actual change to the project or the scope of the project that is the application is for, I don't believe that would trigger any change in the deadlines. Remember the process for a hearing, the applicant has the ability to present additional arguments or evidence at the hearing itself. It would be a change to the actual project that would trigger the resubmission.
All right, thank you. Any questions for County Council from Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I have one question, and that is the applicant has a pre-existing non-conforming footprint on the property in that they are less than 20 feet from the property line. In your opinion, is a use permit all that's required to violate those development standards?
I want to make sure that I understand the question correctly. So you're saying that the proposed project would modify something that involves a prior non-conforming use?
Correct. It would further increase a non-conforming use.
And remind me, is this project coastal zone or inland zone?
It's inland.
Yeah, so in our code, there is a requirement that essentially an existing non-conforming use can be modified or expanded with a use permit.
Okay, and if the applicant didn't indicate in their application that their use permit was for that purpose, and the staff report didn't analyze that as part of the application, wouldn't that require them to resubmit for a new use permit to expand the non-conforming use? Because nowhere in either the application nor in the staff report is that analyzed.
So I don't know that the lack of analysis in and of itself would require a resubmittal. Frankly, the requirements on us as the county to go ahead and provide any relevant information or analysis. I would probably look to planning staff and sort of ask if there was anything on the forms themselves that was incorrect or inaccurate. Essentially, did they essentially fail to check an appropriate box, et cetera, as part of the submission? And I would ask, the commission might want to ask Ms. Acker as to that. I'm afraid I don't have that in front of me right now.
Yeah, because the project description doesn't describe it as a non-conforming use, nor as an expansion of a non-conforming use, which should have been described in the project description as part of the use permit application.
So if I may, this is Julia Krog. I would just like to state that, so a use permit modification is the required application that must be filed for this type of height extension. It is, while it is increasing the height of a non-conforming structure, the use in and of itself is not a non-conforming use. There is a distinction between non-conforming structure and non-conforming use within our code. So the use is actually not non-conforming, but the structure itself may be considered non-conforming. And under our code, you may expand a non-conforming structure, such as increasing the height of it, with the use permit modification. No variance is required. And the analysis in the staff report, staff does feel is adequate.
Okay, so I have one more follow-up question. Do you have a limit to how much a non-conforming structure can be expanded with a use permit? Like, is there a percentage limit?
There is not. That is determined by the approving authority.
Interesting. At the city, we had a 20% expansion limit, so that's just a difference with the county.
All right. With that, is Commissioner Pollan, do you have anything to add to this item?
I do not.
Commissioner Jones, anything more to add to this item?
No, not really, except I think I would express the general feeling of the commission and I think of the community where this cell tower is located, of disappointment in terms of the timing, and also not knowing this as an issue at our last meeting, and the fact that there wasn't a more concerted effort to try and get the fourth commissioner to this meeting. I just expressed a general disappointment about that.
Okay, with that said, staff, how should we end up making a closure on this?
There's nothing we can do. We don't do anything.
No, I'm asking staff, Commissioner Jones. So in the sense of the application for the 6A basically is we failed to make a motion, therefore the application is moving forward. Yes,
Sure.
Matt.
Deputy Council Matthew Kudrowski. The only thing to say for the record on this item is due to a lack of quorum, the commission took no action.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Matt. And due to lack of quorum, the commission takes no motion on this subject as 6A. With that, I pass the chair back to Commissioner Parnell.
All right, well, we will be bringing back in Chair Purnell as well as Commissioner Nelson. We're bringing them off of hold here, so just bear with us while that processes. All right, we now have Chair Purnell back as well as Commissioner Nelson.
Okay, and we're ready for item 6B, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, item 6B is case number REC 2019-0001. The applicant is Grist Creek Aggregates, LLC, and the request is a reclamation plan modification to include a secondary gravel bar to the existing riverbed gravel extraction operation. The operation for which a vested right has been granted for both the existing and secondary gravel bars. It includes the extraction of up to 50,000 cubic yards of sand and gravel per year and a maximum anticipated depth of 20 feet. We'll turn it over to staff for a report.
Thank you, Chair Purnell. I would just like to briefly introduce Dirk Larson, the staff planner for this item. I believe this is his first presentation in front of the Planning Commission, and he's been with our staff for, I think over a year at this point, and he's not new to county government. He was at the assessor's office previously, so we're lucky to have him. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Dirk for his staff presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Dirk Larson, planner with Mendocino County Planning and Building. You kind of stole my thunder. You've kind of indicated the location. This is an existing mining operation. The vested right was granted in 2013 based on the historic use. In-stream gravel extraction has been occurring on the site since before the 1950s. The request here before you today is to modify the existing reclamation plan area from 5.7 to 6.7 acres. The roughly 1 acre is referred to as a secondary gravel bar. There will be no changes, no additional equipment, no change to the methodology. There's already existing paved access road to the site. The project was referred out. We received no response from most agencies. We did receive comment from Department of Transportation. Their only comment was to review the encroachment permit to assure that it's meeting today's standards for state highway. And then air quality just requested that they maintain an active air quality permit. This operation is recruitment based, which means that annually they do cross-stream surveys and compare it to the previous season's survey. And then the determination of location and quality or quantity of material extracted for that season is put forth in that, but they're allowed to extract, as you indicated, up to 15,000 cubic yards. Beyond that, it's consistent with the general plan and zoning. And staff, you should have received a revision last night. I apologize for that, but there was just a few technicalities we wanted to revise. A memo went out and there was a slight change to the staff report and some language in the resolution, conditions of approval. And beyond that, staff recommends approval and adoption of the mitigated negative declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, George. And do we have any commission questions for staff? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
I have a quick one. So, Dirk, you were saying that there's a survey that's done each year about the quality and quantity of the gravel and sand that's present at the bar, but that doesn't have any bearing on how much is allowed to be extracted in any.
It does. They're allowed to take no more than 50,000 cubic yards a year, but what happens is the various trustee agencies come in, they do a cross-section survey that's compared to the fall recruitment and the spring and the previous year's survey report. And then the determination is made of where they can extract and how much they can extract based on the recruitment through the winter season.
If I may, Madam Chair, Nash Gonzalez, just to add to Mr. Larson's answer, he had indicated that this is a recruitment-based type of operation. So when we talk about surface mining operations that involve in-stream or channel mining, they are based on the recruitment that occurs during the prior winter seasons. So what would happen in this case is the applicants, once receiving approval from the county, they would have to work with Department of Fish and Wildlife and make sure that they are addressing any and all issues with regards to recruitment. There is the requirement for annual cross-sections to be done, and these cross-sections are analyzed to determine the following year's ability to be able to extract material. And as Dirk has mentioned, the permit allows up to 50,000, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be 50,000. And so we are currently, I'll say, experiencing a dry year. And so gravel mining depends on recruitment and it depends on winter storms. And when you have the lack of winter storms, you don't have that gravel moving down the channel and being deposited. So this is where there's a lot of checks and balances by the trustee agencies to make sure that the gravel is there. If it's not there, it's just not extracted. So I would say that there's a lot of safeguards to make sure from the trustee agencies that material will be there to be extracted. If it's not there, there is no extraction.
I have a question. And I'm not sure if this is a question for the attorney or staff. You guys will have to decide amongst yourselves. I just had a question about the vested right and how the county determined that a right is vested when it hasn't been used for 10 years. My experience with the water board is that a right is extinguished after 10 years of non-use. And I was just curious about how the vesting continues past 10 years of non-use.
Commissioner Jones, I'll let Nash answer that for you.
If I may, Madam Chair and commissioners, the vested right is determined by the Board of Supervisors. And what ends up happening is documentation is submitted to the county, analyzed and determined going back what we call pre-SMARA. So the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act was adopted in 1975 and became effective in 76. So to determine whether there's a vested right there, documentation has to show that there was mining occurring with or without a permit, actually with or without a permit prior to 75. And based on that, a vested right could be granted for the historical use. And so the vested right has been granted to this site, which whether they extract or not, they have a vested right in perpetuity based on surface mining law in California.
So they had been extracting from the second bar prior to 1975, in other words.
Yes, this is a site that's been an active site. In fact, material came out of this area, out of this bar, to construct Highway 162 a long time ago. And material also came out of this site for the construction of the roadway for Dos Rios Road many years ago. So this is actually one of the best sites for recruitment in the county because it's at the confluence of the two streams of the Eel River. And if you look at the site plan, it looks like a triangle. And based on how the water and the dynamics of the river occur, this is where you might say it creates like a whirlwind right there at the confluence, and material is deposited. This is much better than some of the other areas along the Eel River. And for this reason, this is why this operation has continued over the years. But
I have
even
one last little follow-up question, and that is the MND for this project wasn't attached. And I was just curious if the MND analyzed the whole 6.7 acres for, or if it had analyzed just the first bar, not, if it analyzed the impacts of both the first and second bar. It was just strange to me not to actually have the MND attached.
It's an addendum.
So if I may, through the chair, the environmental document for this application was an addendum using the prior M&D. And no, under CEQA, you do not have to go back and look at the original or the first portion of it. This is just an expansion to look at the additional acreage that's being added. That's why the addendum is being used.
And the addendum is attached to the packet as Exhibit B to the resolution.
And I might add too, I apologize, I don't know if I mentioned that this additional 1 acre secondary gravel bar is all part of the vested rights area. It lies within those boundaries.
And if I may, through the chair, the reason that it has to go through this modification or rec plan modification is anytime you expand a reclamation plan area under state law, you must amend the reclamation plan. And like Dirk mentioned, this already falls under a vested right. The whole site has already been looked at. We are just modifying the boundaries of the existing site to include this 1 acre. Therefore, all that has to be done here is a modification to the rec plan, nothing more.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that I totally agree with you, because I think if the MND didn't analyze the original whole project site, you don't actually know if there are any cultural resources or botanical or biological resources on the second bar. And so not having that to look at leaves me just without that information, which is why I asked the question whether or not the M&D did analyze both bars or not.
Again, if I may, through the chair, this is a vested right, so there's very limited, I'll say, the department has the limited ability to go back and look at a vested right and open it up because it has been granted a vested right.
I might add too, through the chair, if I may, that we go out and inspect these sites annually under SMARA regulations, and they're required to submit reports and quantity of extraction rates annually.
And Dirk, when you go out to inspect these sites, are you simply looking at how much they're extracting that year, or are you looking at other environmental conditions as well?
No, we're looking at the whole scope of work in the site itself. That's an important factor, how much they're taking for the year. But they have to report to the Department of Mining and Resources as well. And we get copies of all those required annual reports. So yeah, they have to follow strict guidelines.
So if I may, through the chair, what happens is staff has to go out and do an annual inspection under state law. That inspection has to cover all of the conditions of approval. It also has to take into consideration any reports that have been filed with the Department of what we call Division of Mine Reclamation, who also monitors the amount of material that's coming out and also looks at the reclamation plan. So the reclamation plan has already been reviewed by Caltrans. It's been reviewed by Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Division of Mine Reclamation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at this point. And so what happens is all these agencies have an opportunity to comment and interact with staff regarding these modifications. So staff will follow up every year, mandated under state law to do these annual inspections, and must file a report with the state every year to determine compliance with the conditions of approval, as well as the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act. In addition, what happens is these other resource agencies, such as Department of Fish and Wildlife, will also look at this project every year when the applicant submits a stream alteration permit. So there's always going to be a level of review each year.
Nash, thank you for that. And just to clarify that I heard correctly, Fish and Wildlife will be reviewing the site annually?
They must, because anytime there is a stream alteration permit, they must go back and review it each year. And then ultimately what they will do is, because they have, in essence, reviewed the environmental document, they use the county's environmental document as well to do the issuance of the stream alteration permit. So again, to remind the commission, this has been vetted, and what happens is DFW would not do what they need to do unless they were adequately satisfied with the county's environmental document.
And if I may, through the chair, correct me if I'm wrong, Nash, but they also play a part in the analysis of these cross-stream surveys, and they're one of the agencies determining where they get to extract that year and how much they do, correct?
That is correct, because they will be reviewing the cross sections as well.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, I will just note for the other commissioners and for the public that seeing that the applicant was Grist Creek Aggregates, I raised my eyebrows because I was remembering the challenges from, I believe it was 2017, with the asphalt batch plant. And Dirk was able to confirm for me that this is an entirely different operation at a different site. And Dirk, I'm wondering if you'd like to elaborate on that at all.
I mean, although under Grist Creek and Wailati resources, the material they extract at this site, they do transport to their other site further down the road or closer to the 101 corridor. There is no processing that occurs on the site at all. I think the operation consists of a front-end loader, a dump truck. They're not even allowed to, I think seasonally they can keep, one of those porta potties there. And at the end of each year, they're required to move all that stuff to prepare for the winter flow. So the association between the two sites is that the material is transported and processed at the other facility. But no,
If I may through the chair, I'd like to point out that this past year I did go out with Dirk and do the annual inspection of the site. If it gives the commission any comfort level, I've got over 35 years of surface mining administration, and went out and looked at the site, and I'm familiar with the site because I used to inspect the site between 1985 and 1999. So very familiar with the history of this site. It's gone through, I'll say, different operators, but looking at the site this year, it looked like it had been appropriately graded per DFW standards.
Great, thank you for that additional information. And I'm looking to the commission to see if there's any other questions or comments before we move on to hear from the applicant.
Just a point of clarification, who are the trustee agencies for this site?
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, the trustee agencies are going to be California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Sometimes the Army Corps of Engineers is involved because these are waters of the United States. You will also have the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Division of Mine Reclamation, which is an arm of the Department of Conservation, as well as Caltrans. And Caltrans is involved because if a mine site is within 1 mile of a Caltrans state bridge, then they definitely are very interested in cross sections, as well as any mining activities taking place near or in close proximity to a state highway bridge.
And for the benefit of Commissioner Pollan, I would just like to note that typically in staff reports, we include the list of all the referral agencies, which typically includes all responsible and trustee agencies, and that's on page 4 of the staff report.
Thank you. Is this mining location upstream or downstream from that 1 mile radius of the state bridge?
This is downstream, but yet it's in close proximity to the county Dos Rios Bridge also, which is another trustee agency as well.
Thank you.
Do we have the applicant here today?
Yes, we do. It appears we have Jordan Main, and our staff is just bringing in Jordan here. And it looks like we've got 2 different links for Jordan. So let's see if we can. Jordan, are you able to hear us on there or speak on there?
Your microphone. You can press star 6.
So Jordan, if you're on the telephone, you can do star 6 to unmute. And please state your name for the record before speaking.
Okay, hopefully that works. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. This is Jordan Main. Good morning, members of the commission. I'm a land use consultant that assists Grist Creek Aggregates and actually many other in-stream operators. Appreciate the question so far. Just wanted to add a couple clarification. Commissioner Jones, you actually brought up cultural and biological potentially as to potential new impacts associated with a new geographic area. We actually did do an updated cultural assessment and biological resources assessment. So those were submitted. They were a component of the addendum to the MND. I think they're referenced in Dirk's resolution. The prior resolution referred to an older report, but those had been updated in support of the new proposal because, as you know, the other resource agencies also require those sort of studies for the purposes of their permit. So as Nash and Dirk described, this is a technical correction to the rec plan to align the boundary of the reclamation plan with the approved vested right area. So the reclamation plan is a required element under state law. For a mining area, we have to have a reclamation plan to restore that area. And with respect to the resource agencies, there was one additional, I think, very important agency that has heavy involvement. That is the National Marine Fisheries Service, NMFS or NOAA Fisheries, sometimes they are called. They are tasked with the protection of endangered salmonids. So there is a very well-worn path with respect to the annual extraction process that involves a pre-extraction plan that goes to the agencies for review and approval. It has defined extraction parameters based on NMFS guidelines as to what portions of the gravel bar can potentially be extracted. And then again, only if recruitment occurs in those areas. There are buffers from the live water zone and then head of bar buffer to ensure that the form of the bar is maintained. So most of that is not subject to annual adjustment. There is some back and forth with the agencies as to their preferences as to locations and depths, but there's usually a very defined process on an annual basis. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but appreciate your support on this amendment.
Any questions for the applicant?
I'd just say thanks for providing that clarification about the botanical and archaeological, and that I understand what you said applied to the second bar.
Okay, great. See no other questions or comments. We will thank the applicant here and then open the public hearing portion. Okay. Do we have anybody to speak on this issue, Julia?
We do not. We do not have any comments.
Okay. So then I'll still open and close, but to open and close, do you want me to read all the stuff relevant to the public hearing, or no, just
No,
skip
you
it?
do not, no.
We are opening the public hearing and confirming that there is no public comment for this item, correct?
That is correct. I'm sorry, Commissioner Purnell, we're having a little trouble hearing you. If you could just repeat that.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Is there any further discussion amongst commissioners? No, I'm seeing heads shaking no. Okay, great. Well, I think we're ready for a motion then. I will note that this project is in my district, but given that I am chairing the meeting, I will look to other commissioners to make a motion on this item.
So Greg Nelson, I will make the recommended motion to adopt the addendum to the previously adopted mitigation negative declaration and approved reclamation plan modification REC 2019-0001 based on the facts and findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the resolution.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, is that subject to the revision submitted by staff at today's hearing?
Yes, thank you. I forgot that.
Oh. I'll second it if you're asking.
Yes. Great. We have a second.
I will second that.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Pollan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
and Chair Purnell.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Our next item is item 6C. It's case MS 2020-0001. The applicant is Richmond and Carol Aguilar, and the request is a coastal development minor subdivision to create 2 parcels from 1 parcel. And I will turn it over to staff for the report on this.
All right, and thank you very much, Chair Purnell, Julia Krog. I would just like to briefly introduce Jessie Waldman. She is the planner in our coast office in Fort Bragg. This is her first time presenting in front of the commission today. She has been with us, though, for a number of years. We are very lucky to have her on the coast, and this is her, as I said, the first presentation here and her first minor subdivision. So, Jessie, with that, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, members of the commission. Thank you for your service to our county. I'm Jessie Waldman, planner for Mendocino County. And yes, this is a coastal development minor subdivision to split 1 parcel, roughly 31,000 square foot or 0.7 acres in size, into 2 separate parcels, where the developed parcel would be roughly 18,400 square feet and the new vacant parcel would be roughly 12,800 square feet. The parcel is located in the coastal zone within the town of Mendocino at the far end of Main Street, the very end of Main Street in the corner of Heiser. And the parcel is, as it is currently configured, is also abutted to Albion Street and Woodward Street. So right now, 1 parcel surrounded by public street all the way around. The parcel is subject to, and the project requests are subject to our general plan, Mendocino Town Plan Chapter, specifically Chapter 413, which is the town residential classification. The parcel is also subject to the Mendocino County zoning ordinance for Mendocino Town residential. I would like to take this moment to state that this specific request has been presented to the Planning Commission previously under a minor subdivision request 2009-06, where the project was never finalized. It was approved or recommended for approval, but the project's conditions were never met, so thus that minor subdivision expired, as well as there was a requirement for curb and sidewalk improvements that was also approved by the Mendocino Historical Review Board, and that has also expired. The site characteristics of the parcel as written in my staff report is the second parcel, the proposed parcel 2, would be a vacant parcel with the exception of an existing well and underground utilities serving the existing parcel to the west. So parcel 1 has an easement of utilities through parcel 2 that go west to east, and that is existing. There is an existing driveway that serves the existing home off of Heiser Street, which is at the west end of the parcel, with a deteriorating curb, gutter, and sidewalk extending approximately 40 feet along the southern boundary. So along Heiser and Main, there are deteriorating curbs and gutters and sidewalks. I will discuss that further later on in my presentation. No new development is proposed within this request of this subdivision, just simply the splitting of 1 into 2 parcels. The subject parcel is gently sloping towards the south, towards Main Street in Mendocino. Aside from the existing development, the terrain is comprised of open space, primarily in the form of non-native grasses and forbs and shrubs. There was a small wet area defined at the southwest corner of the property, although it is not considered to be a wetland within a biological scoping survey prepared for this project area. There was a wetland habitat noted to occur across from Main Street, south of the parcel, and west across Heiser Drive. Open space bluff tops owned by the California Department of Parks and Recreation lie directly across from the parcel on south of the parcel across Main Street. The project and the subject parcel is classified, as I stated, as Mendocino Town residential with the Mendocino Town plan, and the project has been found to be consistent with the coastal element policies for land use division and regulations. The parcel's zoning is the Mendocino Town residential district, and the parcel is subject to that. I would just like to bring up that if this project were approved, the existing development on the proposed parcel 1 would result in a 12.7% lot coverage, which is consistent with our zoning regulations, where parcel 2 would have no lot coverage as of today's date, and no new development is proposed in this project. Staff finds that the proposed project is consistent with the development and land use standards for the Mendocino Town residential zoning districts, including land use, yard setbacks, building heights, lot coverage, and parking. I would like to just go over the different sections of the staff report and just talk about hazards. The parcel is classified as a moderate high fire zoning severity rating. The project was referred to the California Department of Forestry and Fire, as well as the Mendocino Fire Protection District, the Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department. The project did receive the CAL FIRE safety clearance under their request 169-20 that addresses that has recommendations for address standards, driveway standards, and defensible space concerns, and that has been brought up in my recommended conditions of approval. In the recommended conditions of approval, no response from Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department has been made at this time. Regarding visual resources, the parcel is not located within a highly scenic area. It is subject to our Coastal Act guidelines and our zoning code, as well as our coastal element. I would like to state that while no new structures are proposed within this project, the project was presented to the Mendocino Historical Review Board, where any approval would be required by Mendocino Historical Review Board for future development, which would come under a second coastal development request at a later date for parcel 1 or 2. So where was I? Let's see here. Sorry about that. The proposed project is subject to all of the visual resources where no development, I've stated that. There is a condition recommended for any exterior lighting that's is condition 8 inside of the resolution proposed. And it is for exterior lighting to be downcast and consistent with our coastal element, our town plan, and our zoning codes. And the project as proposed is consistent with all of those mentioned regulations. Regarding natural resources, as I've mentioned, there was a wetland found across public streets, publicly maintained streets. There are the recommendations for driveway improvements from Department of Transportation. Kind of getting a little bit sidetracked here. There was a reduced buffer analysis conducted and reviewed by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife recommends a pre-construction nesting bird survey prior to any vegetation removal or any construction activities. And those are also recommended in the resolution. And with the adoption of those conditions, the project would be consistent with protecting natural resources. Regarding utilities, the parcel is located within a critical water resources area as mapped within the county's coastal groundwater resources. A hydrological study was prepared by Specific Geoscience in 2008. In 2020, an update or a reevaluation of that hydro study was conducted. It was also reviewed by Mendocino City Community Services Districts, finding that the 2008 study was sufficient and that they would have proper water. The proposed project would have less than significant impacts on groundwater supplies and recharge as conditioned within the resolution. While there are no plans for development on the parcel, any future development requirement would require a sewer lateral connection through MCCSD. Prior to construction, that would be reviewed under the next discretionary request to develop this parcel, a coastal development permit. There are conditions of approval recommended through the Environmental Health Department, also within the resolution, and that would have less than significant levels of impact with respect to utility services. Access to parcel 1 or the existing parcel as it serves now is through a gravel road off of Hazer Drive, as I mentioned, and parcel 2 is vacant and there is no driveway established to the proposed parcel 2. The project was referred to the Department of Transportation, where recommendations of approval would be to improve the existing driveway to the existing home, which would mean that they would be getting an encroachment permit for that driveway access if they are in the county jurisdiction, and also to improve the curb, drainage, and sidewalk areas along Main Street. These recommended conditions of approval cover a broad range of the conditions that are recommended, specifically 10, 13 through 16, and 24 through 29, because this is the only proposed construction that would be required to be conducted to complete this subdivision request. And that would cover the next section, which would be the archaeological services or archaeological commission's recommendations of a previous survey that was conducted that was approved by the commission in 2020. And there are 2 conditions recommended to follow the recommendations of the archaeological survey. Public services are served, as I mentioned, by the CAL FIRE and Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department. And as recommended, this would be a less than significant impact to for the project to be approved. And then transportation and circulation, as I previously mentioned, there is the recommendation to improve the existing driveway, curb, sidewalks, and drainage. With those recommendations, the project would be consistent with the Department of Transportation and the Mendocino County regulations for transportation, utilities, and public services. Regarding public access, the parcel's nearest public access is the Mendocino Headland State Park, which is adjacent to the parcel south across Main Street. The proposed project will not impact any existing or proposed public access, and without added conditions, this project would be consistent with Mendocino County policies for coastal shoreline access in our coastal element and in our zoning regulation. And last, the Division of Land Regulations guidelines for the Division of Land. This project is found to be consistent as recommended within the resolution. And if you have any questions, I am glad to answer and assist. I do know that our agent is present at this meeting, and staff would recommend approval as conditioned within the resolution. And if you have any questions, thank you. That completes my report.
Thank you, Jesse. And commissioners, do you have any questions for Jesse? Cliff.
You stated, I'm looking at the conditions of approval, and one of them is that the applicant shall submit to, this is in the hydrology and water quality section, condition 20, that they will submit basically a will serve letter from the water agency, but you also stated that there is an on-site well that has been deemed to be sufficient. Do you know which route the potential contemplated future development would take in terms of securing its water supply?
I'm going to try to answer that question to the best of my ability, and I may ask Acra-Krog to step in if needed. So there is some parcels within the town of Mendocino have wells that serve the use on the parcel, and some are served by the Mendocino City Community Services District. The MCCSD they review and are a part of any water usage within the town of Mendocino. Whether they use the well or not, they have satisfied their water requirements for MCCSD requirements. If they use that well, or if they connect to, if future development uses the existing well, or if they connect to the services district, they have a sufficient will serve letter currently, and then that future development will go through that review through the coastal development review process again, as well as the sewer connection, and they have completed that report, I think is the best way to answer that.
Sure, and I can just add on to that. If you look at the various conditions under hydrology and water quality, condition 18 is about a proof of water test that would be performed on the well if they're utilizing the well. Additionally, doing a mineral analysis, that would also be about utilizing a well on the site. And then condition 20, you can see how in the sort of second line there, in the first sentence, it talks about water and or sewer services. So it's important to remember that this site will be connecting to MCCSD sewer connections. So this condition is not necessarily limited to water. It's also speaking about any potential sewer connections. So I hope that helps clarify.
And the Mendocino MCCSD does have sufficient capacity to accept new sewer connections.
Yes, they were provided a letter.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
Yes, I had a question referring to staff report page 11. In the Mendocino County Water Agency, MCWA, and MCCSD, on second paragraph down, it talks about I believe in 208, that there was 757 gallons per minute would be the maximum groundwater extraction allowed. Can you just give me a little clarification on that? Does that carry forward to today's if this second lot gets developed. I know that it's approved by, the town plan. I just wondered, it's more of an information question on that. Does that, is that what the allotment of water is from the water district, Mendocino Water District Board?
Yes, so on that section of our the staff report, this is per verbatim from MCCSD in their letter dated 2009. The next paragraph does talk about that they've reviewed it again in 2020, that it is current with their standards. However, I cannot answer questions about the 780 versus 757 gallons per day, because that would be, I would need to follow up on that for you.
Yes, and I believe that'll become pertinent at the time that a coastal development permit or the proposed development for parcel 2 will be established. So that's where MCCSD will have to again provide authorization before any development could be approved to actually have physical construction on the site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
First, I want to compliment you on a very well-written staff report and thorough analysis with your MND and your staff report. And I just had a question, not just because I don't know the answer, and that is, what are the existing uses on this parcel? I think there's one home. Is there 2 homes? And did you make sure that the remainder parcel or the parcel that has development would comply in terms of that? Because I didn't hear that part talked about.
I did. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. If I may, through the chair, within the staff report, there is lengthy, I didn't go over it today in the hearing, but I can. So there is an the existing parcel as it's configured would be split, where there are all structures will be located on parcel 1, and there is a single family residence. There is an existing with a detached garage / shop, a restored historical water tower / guest cottage, an existing hand dug well, concrete ring well, and an observation well that is part of, I'm sure that's part of MCCSD's guidelines. And there are deteriorating driveway, curb, drainage, and sidewalks along Main Street. And yes, within my staff report, I have verified setbacks for the structures per corridor preservation and per the zoning district for the MTR district inside of the code of ordinances.
Yeah, and I got that part. I was just concerned about the uses. I wasn't sure if there were 3 residential structures, but it sounds like there was just 2, so that's fine.
So I will just clarify that I will say that there are 3 structures, as the garage is not attached to the residence and the water tower is a detached structure as well.
Right.
Commissioner Nelson, did you have anything to add to the discussion or questions?
No, I'm happy.
Okay, I'm glad you're happy. I had a couple of items, minor items. On page 2 of the staff report, in that 3rd paragraph mentioning vegetation, it mentions primarily weeds, radish, and greases. And I think that's probably a typo, and that we're not dealing with a hazmat issue with grease, but rather that's to be grasses. Is that correct?
I would say that is correct, but I'm not sure which paragraph you're looking at on page 2 of the staff report.
We're in the applicant's statement there.
Oh, I verbatim put in exactly what if I may through the chair, I put verbatim the applicant statement as it is part of the hearing packet and referral packet. So yes, that would be a mistypo. It would be a typo.
Okay, great. And we can clarify that with the applicant today. I had another minor thing, but we should clear up going forward. And that is that for the signature page, where I'll be signing as chair, there's 1 L and Allison. And I had some questions about the hydrological studies required under condition 18. Now, we don't typically see the requirement for the hydrological study and proof of water inland. Are we seeing that on the coast because this isn't a critical water resources area?
Could I ask Acker Chair to answer that question, please?
Absolutely. So yes, we are seeing that in the town of Mendocino. It is required that prior to development of any well within that district, this is part of the groundwater study development guidelines for the coastal area. We have a coastal groundwater study that was done in the 80s, and then development guidelines that were adopted based upon that study. So within the town of Mendocino, a hydrological study is required prior to drilling any well within those service boundaries. And that is because it has a known critically short water supply. Many residents end up trucking in water during the dry summer months as a result of the critical water supplies. And MCCSD monitors groundwater extraction within the district area, even though they do not have a centralized water system. So each property is given a certain amount of gallons per day that is their maximum usage on the site. And I will note, actually, it was announced on the radio, they just entered into, I think, a second stage of a drought in the town of Mendocino area, and there was requirements for certain measures to be implemented within the town of Mendocino area to ensure that water resources were not being depleted further unnecessarily, such as I believe there was no washing of vehicles allowed within the town, and also, you know, the trying to limit the amount of landscaping that you're watering as well.
Great, thank you for that background. And do you have a sense of what cost burden that is to the applicant for that hydrological study and the proof of water test?
Sure, it is. The hydro study is dependent upon how many of your neighbors request that their wells be monitored, because what you're doing is you're doing a test of essentially pumping the well that you've drilled on the property and then checking the adjacent wells to see how that's affected the hydrology and whether or not there's substantial drawdown in those adjacent wells. So the amount, the cost can be dependent upon how many wells you're testing. Now, I can't say definitively. I've heard a range from anywhere from $5,000 to upwards of $10,000 to $20,000 for completing a hydrological study. And the applicant may be able to speak, or their agent may be able to speak further to the actual cost that they bore for this particular project. And then for the proof of water testing in the coastal zone, that's a 17-hour pump test. So you're paying for an individual to be located on the site for 17 hours pumping the well and monitoring what's occurring during that time.
Great.
So I'm not sure of the exact number. It probably depends who you hire.
Okay, that's really helpful information. And then not related to this project, but as you know, we move forward into a continued era of drought and looking at water resource issues inland, do you anticipate that this may become a requirement inland as well?
You know, I don't feel that I can adequately address that. That would really be, I'd want to have a representative of environmental health likely available on the line to speak to that as well. I think there are known areas of the inland portions of the county that are known to have critically short water supplies, and environmental health, I do believe, already has standards related to that. So something that we may discuss with the commission, and perhaps we could talk about that later in our agenda under matters from staff or matters from the commission, could be to consider having environmental health give a presentation regarding, you know, their policies related to water resources within the inland areas of the county, as well as coastal areas of the county as we go into what looks to be another drought year here.
Great. Well, I digress, and thank you for answering those questions. Do we have any other questions from the commission for staff before we move on to the applicant? Okay, we are ready to hear from the applicant.
All right, so we will be bringing over, and I believe the applicant that we have here is going to be Stephen McGuckin. And Stephen, when you are ready, please just go ahead and unmute yourself and then state your name for the record and proceed with your comments. And Stephen, it appears you are still muted.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, there we go. We can hear you.
Thank you. Technology works. Stephen McGuckin, applicant for Richmond and Carol Aguilar on this minor subdivision project. This is Mr. Aguilar's second but third attempt to try to make all this happen. I know that there's been considerable amount of time, considerable amount of frustration on his side of it in dealing with some of the regulations, but I think at this point we finally have a clear path on what we need to do to move forward and make this happen. So I appreciate all of the help and support that Jesse and staff have given Mr. Aguilar on this. And if there's any questions, I'm prepared to answer them. The only question I did have was making sure that Commissioner Purnell, when you were asking about the additional proof of water testing, I don't believe we're required or going to be needing to run another water pumping test. I thought we had satisfied all those requirements and conditions of providing proof of water for this service. And that my understanding is the only outlying issue with relationship to the items in the condition is the mineral testing of the water. So I just want to make sure I wasn't either misinterpreting or misunderstanding what that prior discussion was about on proof of water for this particular site.
If you'd like, Chair Purnell, I could address that if you'd like. Okay, so the requirement for the proof of water has possibly already been satisfied with your completion of the hydrological study, but still all conditions are memorialized within the resolution of approval to demonstrate what was required, and then staff would receive a clearance letter from the Division of Environmental Health if you have already complied with that.
Correct. I fully understand that. Yes.
Okay.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, I see none. Well, thank you for being here today, and we will go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have anybody wishing to speak on this item?
I do not have any public comments, written or telecomments.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and open and then promptly close the public hearing. And once again, go back to the commission for any final discussion before a motion.
I would just like to echo the fact that it was a really well-written and presented staff report. Thank you.
Yeah, I ditto that. It was good. And I'm ready to make a motion if there's no more discussion.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jesse, did you have something to add before the motion?
Thank you for your time. Thank you for reading my staff report and your recommendation.
Commissioner Wiedemann.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of approval and to accept the recommendation on page 8 of the staff report. By resolution, the Planning Commission adopt a negative declaration and grant Coastal Development Minor Subdivision MS 2020-0001 for the project as proposed by the applicant based on the facts and findings and subject to the conditions of approval.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call, Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
Commissioner Paulin,
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Chair Purnell.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Great, so we have completion on that one, and I'm looking at the time. It's about 10:30, maybe even a couple minutes after. I am anticipating that our next item 6D is going to take some time. Commissioners, are you interested in a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Let's go ahead and do that. I have two different times, but I'm going to go off this one. It's 10:33 right now. Let's come back at 10:43.
Great.
Thank you. confirming that we're streaming live here.
We're back.
All right, perfect. Go ahead and take us away.
Thank you. We're back, and this is our last and final item, item 6D, which is case number U 2020-0002. The applicant is Getaway House Incorporated, and their request is a major use permit to facilitate development of a micro cabin recreational vehicle facility featuring up to 45 operator-owned micro cabin RVs for transient habitation as a resort and recreational facility. And I will turn it over to staff for the report on this.
Thank you, Chair Purnell. We have Susan Summerford, the staff planner, available on the line. And Susan, when you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Julia. As Commissioner Purnell stated, this is a major use permit request to facilitate the development of a micro cabin recreational RV facility featuring up to and no more than 45 owner-operated micro cabin RVs. The use permit request includes, as mentioned, the 45 micro cabins and also would allow for ancillary components, including a multi-use lodge facility, associated parking and roadway improvements, hiking paths, an on-site private utility system, systems including water, wastewater treatment, and installation of an emergency water supply system, including fire hydrants, as well as electricity on a currently undeveloped site. The site is, I beg your pardon. The location of the site is about 3 miles east of Hopland Town Center, lying on the east side of Old Toll Road. The total acreage of the site is 90.87 acres, and it carries a general plan designation of rangeland and a zoning designation of rangeland featuring floodplain and seismic study combining districts. The environmental determination for the project is a mitigated negative declaration with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and the MMRP. The site is currently undeveloped, as mentioned, and it's accessed via State Route 175 and has some existing private internal gravel roadway networks that will be expanded and improved upon. Preliminary roadway designs provided by the applicant's agents include an upgraded encroachment to Old Toll Road, a new primary site access road, secondary access roads throughout the site, and driveways, walking paths, and parking paths to serve the individual micro cabin sites. As well, a 2-story, 1,344 square foot lodge facility building will house a full-time residence on the second floor for a permanent on-site manager. The lodge facility will not function as an event facility or a gathering space. There will be a small parking lot adjacent to the lodge facility, but the parking for the guests will be located mostly adjacent to the micro cabins for the accessible and drive-up sites and adjacent to the access roadways and in close vicinity to the micro cabins that are the walk-up sites. Excuse me. As stated, the applicant is proposing to develop and provide private utilities, including water, wastewater treatment, and electricity on site. PG&E exists to the site, but there is no existing PG&E infrastructure on site. As well, the water treatment and the water utilities will be permitted through the State Water Resources Board. And the applicant has provided a technical memo, which is attached to the staff report. I believe it's attachment T. And it provides the results of the technical analysis. And seeks to demonstrate the lack of significant effect the new well and connections and associated water usage will have on the existing aquifer that provides water for the active agricultural uses in the valley, as well as the permitted uses on the subject parcel. The conclusion of the data collected and analyzed in the provided memo indicates that the agreed upon maximum output of gallons pumped per day would be sufficient to provide for the proposed project, as it's about 1,000 gallons less. It will provide about 1,000 gallons less than the project is proposed to need per day. And this is based on the analysis of the other outposts owned by Gateway. The applicant is proposing no more than 45 sites, and that metric is used in the submitted materials to demonstrate the site's capacity in analyzing the any potential negative impacts the proposal may have. And the site, as mentioned, is currently undeveloped. It's about 90 acres, and it's located within the Russian River watershed and is bordered by the north by Highway 175 and Old Toll Road to the west. Uses surrounding the site include a mixture of commercial and industrial activities in the vicinity of the subject property, including the Vintage Wine Estates production facility, commercial tasting rooms for wine, as well as the Nokomis Indian Rancheria featuring the casino located there. A residence on a substantial parcel adjacent to the west, and vineyards in Old Toll Road to the west, vineyards to the east, vacant land and Highway 175 to the north, vacant lands to the south, and the Hopland Rancheria and the aforementioned casino to the northwest. Many commercial, industrial, agricultural, and residential uses are currently coexisting in the Sanel Valley, with about 3/4 of the surrounding or adjacent parcels subject to Williamson Act contracts, constraining the ability to develop the property. Portions of the northern and eastern site perimeter are located in Zone A, a FEMA designation zone, which indicates potential for flooding. The rest of the site is in Zone X, which is an area of minimal flood hazard. All the development proposed as a result of this project, however, is located out of the area of the 100-year flood. As mentioned, the site is zoned rangeland. And the Mendocino County General Plan states the intent of rangeland, the rangeland designation, is to preserve lands for the grazing of livestock, production and harvest of natural resources, and the protection of those lands from the pressures of development and preserve them for the future use as intended. The operation and the stewardship of the property would align it with the requirements and the ideas described in the general plan for rangeland. As well, recreation is identified as an appropriate use for rangeland parcels. Mendocino County General Plan Development Element Policy 17 states the intent of rangeland uses and appropriate parcel sizes and does include recreation, as one of those uses. Also, resort and recreation facilities are permissible in rangeland with the benefit of a major use permit per the zoning code. The broad descriptions both in the general plan and the zoning code that describe the rangeland intent and uses can be interpreted as ways of highlighting the importance of maintaining the viable rangeland parcels that can sustain uses typical of the designation, but also the connecting and contiguous lands whose preservation can and does contribute to the overall health and long-term sustainability of those parcels. The conditions of approval that we have included, as well as the mitigation measures in both the site design and the requirements, are attempting to provide an opportunity for the subject site to receive the type of resource value assessment and preservation not often found on these large acreage parcels. The emphasis of compatibility between recreation and environmental resources has been applied to this project to encourage employment opportunities consistent with general plan that support the county's resources-based economy while taking actions to protect and enhance the diverse natural resources found in our county. Staff believes that the current proposal can be stated to be in compliance with the thresholds for development, and that the proposal is consistent with expectations for development proposals for conditionally permitted uses in the rangeland zoning and general plan designations. While the subject parcel is classified as rangeland and is not bound by an active Williamson Act contract, as mentioned, nearly all the properties surrounding the subject parcel are under Williamson Act. The use of this particular property for grazing or other ranching activities is rather circumspect, given the size, the lack of ranching infrastructure, the slopes, and the limited carrying capacity. Additionally, as it is already located within an area constrained by Williamson Act, constrained by Williamson Act contracted lands, as well as established intense agricultural uses, the potential for habitat fragmentation as a result of this proposal seems minimal. To best protect the oak woodlands clusters on the site, conditions have been included and a lot of robust discussion with CDFW has been conducted by both staff and the applicant to ensure that there are design elements that include utilizing existing internal access roads, clearing of non-native and invasive species, and focused and thorough replanting of oak woodlands regeneration areas that include maintenance to promote maximum success in reaching maturity and ongoing fire suppression measures. There was a site-specific biological survey that's also attached as attachment Q. And as mentioned, staff conducted several site visits and have engaged CDFW staff, as well as facilitated discussions between CDFW, the applicant, the agent. We've also talked with the Farm Bureau. Lots of folks have had lots of questions and we've engaged with them on all levels as available. The oak woodlands stands have been evaluated for their viability, and an oak woodlands inventory and narrative also appears as an attachment, attachment R, which is a pretty pithy assessment of the existing environment on the site. And after some of the discussions with CDFW and the applicant, several things on the site design were changed in response to what we witnessed on the ground. The site also straddles a narrow spur ridge between the Mayacamas and the Sanel and McDowell valleys. All of those areas are pretty heavily developed with fenced vineyards, and as a consequence of this, that ridge serves as a primary wildlife corridor between those open habitats to the north and the south. The applicant is aware of this and the conditions of approval and the elements of the NMRP that we're hoping to adopt, as well as the inherent design facets that I mentioned before, seek to minimize impacts to this critical wildlife corridor. The project was referred to the Mendocino County Archaeological Commission and the Northwest Information Center at Sonoma State to solicit comments, and an archaeological survey was prepared for the project and accepted by the Archaeological Commission of Mendocino County. The undeveloped nature of the site, including the proliferation of non-native and invasive species that contribute to the overall fuel load, constitute wildfire hazards. The applicant is proposing to minimally develop the site, preserve viable tree stands, and manage vegetation that contributes to fire hazards, while providing ongoing maintenance that promotes biotic system health. As well, the inclusion of conditions from both CAL FIRE and the local Hopland Fire Protection District provide for on-site fire suppression, including fire suppression measures at each one of the 45 sites, will result in a reduced load on the local agencies and an increased level of protection for the site and the surrounding parcels. Although the project site is located in a rural area about 3.1 miles east of the unincorporated community of Hopland, it is bordered to the north by Highway 175, which is managed by Caltrans, and Old Toll Road, which is managed by Mendocino County Department of Transportation. Due to the scale of the proposed project, as well as its proximity to the established roadway networks that are used for commercial, industrial, residential, and agricultural activities, it's not anticipated that this proposal will significantly increase or impact existing transit or traffic operations or facilities. The use permit findings have been made on page 11 of the staff report, and I won't go into those more. The applicant's agent has prepared a presentation, so mine was fairly brief. I've got 12 pages of a staff report here, and they've got a lot of attachments. So if you manage to wade through all of that, then you probably have learned a lot about this project. For the environmental notice, on April 10th, a notice of draft initial study and a mitigated neg deck was circulated. It was prepared by LACO Associates, and we reviewed and circulated it the staff. We submitted it to the state clearinghouse and circulated it for public review for a comment period of 30 days, beginning on April 10th and ending on May 11th. Following the circulation of the draft IS and MND, we received 9 letters from various folks in the community, and LACO responded with, and I wonder if that attachment's here. Oh, I don't see it. LACO prepared a document called Response to Comments on the Draft Initial Study Mitigated Neg Deck, going through all of the comments received and addressing them one by one. Therefore, there were substantial revisions that were made to the draft IS and the MND, and it was circulated after that again. So the county reviewed the environmental documents submitted by the consultant. We were part of those discussions and the revisions, and the response to comments, the revised draft, as well as the ongoing discussions with the jurisdictional agencies, including CDFW. And staff has determined that mitigation measures and conditions of approval germane to the environmental aspects of the project included in the MMRP are sufficient to ensure that the project will have a less than significant impact on the environment. Review of all of those documents has been conducted by county staff, and the conclusions reflect the independent judgment of the county. And we recommend by resolution that you adopt the mitigated neg deck, the MMRP, and grant the major use permit for the project as proposed by the applicant based on the facts and findings and subjects to the conditions of approval. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I may just add on to that, I do want to note, and I believe the applicant will address this as well, is that after the completion of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, there was discussion with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who requested revisions to the mitigation measure Bio 4, which relates to the oak replantings. So I believe the applicant has some concerns with that revised language, and if the commission does choose to adopt the revised mitigation measure, which is detailed within the resolution, then an additional finding will need to be added to the resolution of the Planning Commission, noting about the substitution of mitigation measures. There's a particular finding pursuant to CEQA that must be made that the substituted mitigation measure provides the same level of protection and does not in and of itself cause an environmental impact. So I just wanted to highlight that, but we can discuss that after you have your deliberation further.
Thank you for bringing that up, Julia.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation today, Susan?
It does, but I'm available for questions, of course.
Wonderful. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Nelson.
So one thing I wasn't clear on, and I didn't see it on any of the illustrations, was where is the new access going to be? Is it still coming off of the old toll road, or well, I assume it is, but I want to make sure. I was wondering if it might be coming off of Highway 175.
Sorry, it takes me a minute to scroll to get to you. Yes, the new access road will be, so the new primary site access will be from Old Toll Road.
Thank you.
No problem.
a follow-up question on that one. It's stated that there is an emergency access that goes through an adjoining parcel, but I was unable to determine where that is on the maps.
Commissioner, I am not sure which map that you are looking at, but I have something called the preliminary site plan. And the private road that's for the emergency fire exit is just north of the project entrance.
And
it
if
runs
it'd
north.
be helpful, I can share the screen so that way folks, we can look at the same map together and look at that. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. Give me one moment.
On the map, is that the one labeled private road emergency exit only?
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
So we have to give it, sorry, a moment here to load. It seems to be thinking very hard about what it's doing today. So let me go on down here and see here. So what you see, and this is, I'm sorry, the orientation is a little off, but here's that parking area shown on the map. This is that emergency road right here. And it's written, you can see it says private road emergency exit.
The primary.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So the primary exit is leaving from that parking area sort of on the southwest corner that connects to Old Toll Road.
Yes.
I think you might be wrong about what that private road emergency fire exit is showing, because that is actually Old Toll Road that goes to the north and goes across that little bridge. The fire exit is actually on the adjoining parcel that has the residential unit. And you can see that that kind of goes from where the gooseneck is in the development proposal along through that property. I'm pretty sure that's the fire exit.
My apologies. You are correct, Commissioner Jones. And I did not see the arrow that was pointing there on the map. So let me zoom in here and we'll look at this a little bit closer.
And it's
so right here.
It looks like
the
that
private road goes up, goes up, and to you're correct, but it does start on that other adjacent to Toll Road.
Yeah, but the road that you were pointing to is actually the toll road.
Yes, this is the access road. This is the fire access road right here where my cursor is following, where it says private road emergency exit only.
So all egress in the case of an emergency or a fire would proceed past the lodge and out Old Toll Road, correct?
Yes.
So would both exits go back to Old Toll Road?
My understanding is yes.
And did you have a conversation with CAL FIRE about the capacity of that bridge, given that it's a single lane bridge?
I did not have a specific conversation with CAL FIRE about the bridge. However, they have reviewed the project and did, as far as I know, didn't mention that, but that is something that we can bring up to the applicant because they may have had more pithy discussions with them.
And the CAL FIRE comments are attached to your packet as attachment S.
Thank you, Julia. Commissioner Nelson?
So if we're finished with the access roads, I have a question that I actually got from one of the letters. If this project fails, gets started and fails, say in 5 years, what are the possibilities for, well, it's going to have sewer, it's going to have water, it's going to have roads. What are the possibilities for future development?
Future development on the site, if if this project is unsuccessful and somebody chooses to want to develop the site, it'll really be at their discretion to determine what they want to develop on the site in conformance with the rangeland zoning district and allowable uses. So it would be hard for me to speak as to future prospective development.
Would it be possible to subdivide it, or what would be required in order to subdivide it?
The parcel, because it has a rangeland 160 acre minimum parcel size, could not be subdivided. It is 90 acres in size. If somebody wished to subdivide it, they'd have to do a rezone and likely a general plan amendment to a district that would meet the minimum standards, probably something with a 40 acre minimum parcel size, and then could seek a subdivision at that time. So there would be further discretionary review related to any potential subdivision.
Thank you for that.
I have a question about the water, and forgive me for not knowing the answers to these, but it seems a little problematic for me that the water source for this facility would be located on a different parcel. And I understand that I believe that both parcels are still currently owned by the same owner. But if that should change, what would guarantee future water supply for this parcel beyond just an agreement between two property owners?
I think that is what would ensure it, is the agreement between two private property owners, which is not something that we would regulate.
So if the property owner, say, went out of business or decided to sell the property that has the well to somebody else, the new property owner would not be obligated to uphold the water agreement?
That is definitely not something I could speak to, and probably not even something that Matt Kudrowski would like to speak to, because it's a private property matter between two private property owners, and we don't really have jurisdiction over that, as far as I know.
And if I may just add on to that, is that, oftentimes what you see is if a property owner owns two parcels and they sell off one of those legal lots, and that's actually going to be one of my questions here too, we'll be looking at, if these are all considered one legal parcel, you can't sell off one of the assessor parcel numbers within it. That would be an illegal land division. So that's an important consideration to think of first and foremost. And then secondarily, at the time of sale, oftentimes if a person has two separate legal parcels and they have a water connection or agreement between the two, it's usually a condition of the sale that appropriate easements be recorded to ensure that that water source remains dedicated. And we may want to hear from the agents or the applicant on this as to how they may be addressing that concern. As as Susan stated, easements are not something that our department regulates, and so it really is a landowner to landowner agreement on that front.
So, and I have a follow-up question to that. I guess the neighboring adjoining property that's also an agricultural user, they split their time between running the pumps in the aquifer, because when they both run them, they exhaust it. And that's sort of a general person's agreement. If this new use gets established and takes 4,000 to 5,000 gallons a day, I can just imagine the water wars that might occur with everybody running their pumps at the same time, and then this use might end up not having sufficient water to serve its needs. Do you see that as a potential problem?
I confess that I don't have enough technical expertise to truly speak to that. I would have to defer to the technical memorandum that they provided, and perhaps one of the LACO engineers could better speak to that. I apologize, Commissioner.
No need to apologize. I just, want to understand it better. It's not like a criticism. It's just trying to kind of figure out these problems before they arrive and solve them at this stage, rather than solving them if the project gets approved post
Certainly. And I think that the applicant, as required by the general plan and as required by the use that they're proposing in this zoning district, has done, you know, a lot of technical work and analysis to present as fully fleshed out of a project as they can, given, you know, financial constraints of not owning the property, as mentioned, not knowing if they're going to be approved, but still having to go down the road of providing pretty detailed analysis, not just for, you know, the water usage, but the siting, the oaks and all of these things. You know, they've gone pretty far with it. And it's my feeling that they are probably aware of this problem and have tried to address it. But as I said, I believe LACO would have a better answer for you.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just to add on, I think since the water system for this site is going to end up being regulated by the state as opposed to our local organization, it's a little challenging for me to state what their requirements would be. I know for typical, when you have like a community water system type of development like that, there are water testing and also reporting requirements so that you're reporting to the state the quality of the water. And I would imagine a portion of that is also the quantity of the water. But, you know, I would need to defer to someone at the state who we do not have available on the line today.
Great, and maybe we can save some of these questions for the applicant as well. Commissioner Nelson, do you have another question about water at this time?
No, I have a different question.
Okay, we'll take your different question then.
So considering the additional traffic on the old toll road, I'm curious to know if there's a road association that would take care of the maintenance.
That also is an excellent question, and I do not know the answer to it.
And if I may, Old Toll Road is a county road, and I do believe that we have a representative of DOT available here on the line. So I don't believe a private road association would be applicable when it is on a county maintained road.
Yeah, this is Alexander Sequeira,
The county
with
would
the
be
Department of
responsible for the
Transportation.
maintenance, I suppose.
If I may, we do have conditions, recommended conditions in there for the initial resurfacing of Old Toll Road up to their primary entrance, including dig outs where, you know, some problem areas lie, as well as double chip sealing up to their entrance. And then beyond that would be county maintained for the section of Old Toll Road.
So is there any consideration for making the one-lane bridge, a two-lane bridge?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge as well.
Thank you.
I'd like to with a couple of questions here because I want to take a step back and ask some more general questions. Susan, there is a lot in the staff report and in the supplemental documentation, and I actually wanted to compliment you on the staff report. I found it especially helpful that you included the application's timeline, other permits that are likely to be required for the project. And then I really appreciated also your summary of the agency comments. So I wanted to say that. I did not see in the staff report a VMT analysis. And I think more and more we're looking to that MCOG tool of VMT analysis to demonstrate that the project will meet our county's greenhouse gas reduction. Was that conducted for this project?
It was not, and it was because the project was deemed complete prior to the adaptation of the VMT requirements.
Okay. Is there any reason why, since the project would take place in the future, is there any reason why we cannot do that analysis?
Typically, this gets at baseline when you're conducting an environmental review for the site. I may want to defer to council on this, but my understanding for CEQA is that the baseline set for your environmental analysis is based upon when you've deemed that application complete. And since this application was deemed complete prior to the establishment and switch from level of service analysis in CEQA to vehicle miles traveled, I don't believe there is a nexus or ability to require that pursuant to CEQA. However, the commission, I'm sure, could probably give direction to request that that type of analysis be completed. But I'm not sure that it's actually a legal mandated requirement.
Does county council have any comment on that at this time?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski. No, I do not. I have to want to take a longer look at what our abilities are that are possible, as opposed to what we are foreclosed of, probably outside of the context of this hearing, depending on more questions from the commission on other aspects of the project.
Okay, thank you. Susan, I had one more general question. I know we're looking at a site here that's almost 91 acres. And, you know, I've spent some time looking at these site maps, but it's actually very difficult for me to tell either the amount of acreage that would be impacted by the project or, you know, percent coverage. Do you have a sense, or maybe it's buried in the report and I just missed it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? It kind of glitched for a moment.
Sure. My question is, do you know how many of the 91 acres of this project will be developed? You know, roads, infrastructure, micro cabins, etc.
Oh, yes. So it's about 89 acres is going to be left undisturbed. The total site coverage, which includes all the structures and the parking areas, is under 2,000 square feet. So a lot of it is going to remain undeveloped. Some of it will be cleared because of non-native species and trying to promote the health of the existing oak woodlands. But the idea, and I know it is hard to see when you look at the site maps, but I've walked most of the property and it's very steep in areas and it's quite lovely. And it really seems like a lot of the existing pathways are going to be able to be repurposed as walking paths. I mean, that's what I used when I walked the site. And a lot of it's going to remain undisturbed, which I guess is part of the ethos of the, you know, the project.
Okay, great. I have one more question and then we'll take questions from Commissioner Wiedemann. There has been indication in the reports and appendices, as well as in letters that were submitted, that this is a very important wildlife corridor. Do we have any mapping of that corridor in the context of the region so that we may better understand that issue and what the likely flow of wildlife coming through the site may be, especially in relation to the developed portion of the site?
Thank you. I believe that in the biological assessment, which is attachment Q, there's as well as the biological section of the revised MND initial study, pretty robust discussions of the wildlife corridors and the recommendations to mitigate any potential impacts to the corridor, and not developing the site in a traditional manner with fencing and row crops or something like that is actually a use that we agree will probably help facilitate the continuation of that critical wildlife corridor.
Okay, thank you. Turning it over to you, Commissioner Wiedemann.
Yes, because it's such a steep, it keeps referring to a steep site. So the thing that I wanted to get some clarification of, what is the slope ratio of the road and the camp areas? And some of that information was hard for me to find because there's a range of when people say steep slope site. And I wanted to know how much of it is over 15% slope, and if that information is there. And then I wanted to know on the, this chip sealed road that they're putting in, so to speak, what is the slope of that? And I think that's an important piece of information for me anyway. Thank you.
So if you allow me here, I will share my screen again. There is a slope map within your packet. That is attachment M of your packet.
Hold on, let me grab it because okay, go ahead, put it on screen.
Yeah, it's going to take me just a second here to click through real quick to get to the right map, and then I'll have to rotate it. Okay, here's the right map. Let's go ahead and rotate. All right, so let me zoom in a little bit. You can see, so let me show you. So the light tan is going to be the 0 to 14%. The slightly darker tan color is the 15 to 32%. And then the real dark brown color is 33% to 72%.
Now, Julia, can you overlay the road? That's the map, but now overlay the development proposed.
I cannot with what we have right here. The software on here would not allow me to do an overlay at the moment.
Right.
We would have to take a break. I'd have to work. Yeah.
Right, but that wasn't the package, and that's my point of view. I see that, but it would have been helpful to have an overlay of the development going, because that tells the story.
If it would be helpful, I can go back to the site plan that shows the topography.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Commissioner Wiedemann, that on the site plan, it does have the topo as well as the maps, as well as all of the site locations. I think that's the information you're looking for.
Yes, that does. But then what would be helpful is if they would say, I can count the topos, but it's like, it would be helpful to say, have a line from, let's say, entry up to the first, basically the first neck. Oh, excuse me, because the map keeps moving. So it'd be, you take the entry coming up to the first where the center is, right? It would be that map could give us more information. That's all I'm saying. It's there, but it doesn't talk about percentages of slope. And I think that's very important.
I agree, Commissioner Wiedemann, and I think that that's a question that the LACO folks are more than able to answer and can provide that information for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we have a number of questions stacking up for the applicant and the agent. Do we have any other questions at this time for staff? Commissioner Jones, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just have a clarification to make, and the planner said that there was 2,000 square feet of impervious surface caused by this project, and that just doesn't make sense to me because each of the pads are either 30 by 30 feet or 30 by 40 feet, and if you multiply that by 45 pads, not even counting the road, you have 63,000 square feet of impervious surface. I think by looking at the project site, you can see that the road would be even more than that. So those numbers just didn't make sense to me, so I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Commissioner Nelson?
I think you said Commissioner Nelson. So am I correct in assuming that the old toll road only has one exit? That it doesn't go out to 172 in another area?
It does have two exits, but it's all the way much south of Hopland on 101.
All right, so you can get back to 101 on the old toll road without crossing back over the bridge.
Yeah, it's pretty windy, long distance trip though.
All right. And then the other question, at least in the letters, almost everyone mentioned the concern about fire. And I'm wondering if there's any intention or requirement that ladder fuels be removed and low-hanging limbs removed in case there is a fire. And I'm thinking especially on the trails that go through the rest of the property.
CAL FIRE and neither CAL FIRE nor Hopland Fire Protection District made those requirements. But I think in the stewardship of the site, including the preservation of the existing oak stands, the clearing of the non-native and, potentially fuel kind of vegetation that's on site, those kinds of things perhaps would be done as part of the maintenance and as part of those fire suppression measures that are inherent to the design of the site and the, proposed development.
But it doesn't sound like there's any requirement.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff before we move on to the applicant's presentation?
I just had one other little tiny question, and that is cabins 1 through 8 seem very close to the property line. Especially cabin 1 seems more than or closer than the minimum setback. I was wondering if you looked at that or if you decided not to look at it because you're not considering the mini cabins a structure.
Although I have a larger version, I'm having trouble seeing where cabin 1 is. Oh, I see it. Okay.
It's on the far top left side by the house.
Commissioner, I will have to double check, but I'm not positive. I don't have the proper answer for that. So you'll have to let me put a pin in that if you don't mind.
No problem. While you're at it, you might check the other cabins that are adjoining that property just to make sure.
Commissioner Pollan, did you have something to add?
Just another road question. Sorry to belabor the point, but given that this project is fairly close to the terminus of Old Toll Road and Highway 175, I'm curious if we have an approximate number of residences that would be sort of upstream from this location that would be using that as their primary egress in the case of an emergency.
I don't have a number, but that's a good question.
Does Alex from DOT have any sense of that?
Of how many people live out past this development?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, Commissioner Jones said that this does go out. There is another way that Old Toll Road goes out, and it looks like that might be possible, at least on Google Earth, but in reality, it seems like most residences would probably be using this as their egress in the case of an emergency, and I'm curious how many approximate residences are beyond this location.
Yeah, I'm not quite too sure on the number of residences. I know they're far in between. I have taken this road on my own personal time, and it actually does our Old Toll Road, Mendocino County section ends and it becomes Lake County Road, and that continues all the way out to Highland Springs area, comes out by Kelseyville.
Is it paved through that whole section where it becomes Lake County Road?
No, it's a dirt rocked road.
Yeah, actually, that's a good correction. I was going on Google Maps, and it looks like when you zoom in with the aerial underneath, some of the things that Google Maps is calling roads may not actually be roads.
Yeah, there may be some private roads that stem off of.
They look more like cow paths, honestly, now that I'm zooming in. Sorry to give that information.
Okay, are there any more questions for staff? And we will have time to come back and further discuss this item after we hear from the applicant and the public. Okay, it looks like it's time to move on to the applicant's presentation.
Okay, we are bringing in the various folks for presentation here, and I do have their presentation to share on the screen. So bear with me one moment here while they bring in the various folks for the presentation. I'm unsure who will be leading it off, but I will go ahead and share the screen, and whoever will be doing the primary presentation, please just prompt me to move to the next slide and state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. This is Stephen Malden with the applicant Getaway House Inc. First, I would like to thank Chair Purnell and the fellow commissioners, Susan and the rest of staff, for allowing us the opportunity to present the project to you this afternoon. To Chair Purnell's earlier point, there's a lot of information here, and I know that the fellow commissioners are going to have several questions. So I'll try to move through this presentation as quickly as possible so that we can get to those questions. And I believe this was already provided to the commissioners previously. So hopefully there's been an opportunity to present some of this, but again, happy to answer any questions if I move through fairly quickly. Next slide, Julia.
Let's see if it's registering. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to move forward. There we go.
Thank you. So just briefly, what we'll talk about is who Getaway is and what we're all about. Talk a little bit about our cabins, a typical outpost and how that's developed, and then specifically talk about the Hopland project. And I was scrambling a lot of notes here as the commissioners were speaking, and hopefully can address some of the questions during this quick presentation. Next slide. So who we are, the things we stand for, why we're here. Next slide, Julia. So Getaway offers tiny escapes to cabins that are nestled in nature. Cabins provide undistracted time in nature, allowing our guests to slow down from busy routines, disconnect from work and technology, and reconnect with themselves and each other, and just be off. Next slide. Thank you. We started Getaway in 2015 because we were overworked, we were glued to technology, we needed to re-examine our relationships to those things. The idea was to create an escape to nature, allowing us to reconnect with the things that matter most. We soon learned that there were so many others around the country that felt the same way we did. And that's what allowed, or what has allowed Getaway to grow from a single tiny cabin in rural New Hampshire to over 500 cabins in nature around the country today. Next slide. Our vision is to allow frequent, mindful, and renewing escapes to anyone and everyone. And our mission is to be the leading brand that enables people to escape to nature and be off. Next slide. And what does it mean to be off? It means being okay with taking a pause. It means disconnecting from technology and from devices. And it means taking time to think, to process, to reflect, and to recharge in nature. Next slide. So a little bit about our cabins. Next slide. The Getaway cabin it's the primary environment and touch point for our guests. It's cozy, it's nestled in nature. We offer 3 different cabin types. A 1-bed cabin, a 2-bed cabin, and we offer accessible cabins as well. The cabins are split into 3 areas, which you'll see on the following slide: a bathroom, a living kitchen area, and a bed next to our signature big picture window, which looks out into nature. These cabins are built off-site. They're towed to the destination as the project site work is being completed. Next slide. So as you'll see here on this slide, just kind of a dissected layout of the cabins. So on the hitch side is a single toilet and a single shower. In the middle of the cabin is the dining area, a small kitchenette, and there's a single sink. And then there's a raised bed, again, at the big window. All the cabins are accessed by keypad, so there's no keys that guests have to stop and get. They're texted an access code on the day of their arrival. Next slide. Some photos to see what the interior of the cabins look like. We call them micro cabins for a reason. They are small, but they're very cozy. In the top left photo, you can see what the 2-bed cabin would look like. So it's not a 2-bedroom cabin, but it's rather the same cabin layout, but with a lofted bed. Next slide. And again, we position our cabins to look out into nature so that guests wake up to beautiful views. Next slide. So when we talk about outposts, outposts are our sites that consist of the cabins. Next slide. And when it comes to the outposts, nature is really the canvas from which we work. You know, we believe that nature is restorative and that it's good for the soul. And therefore, we want to incorporate as many elements of the environment into the design as possible. You'll notice that our outposts, we don't have communal areas. The lack of shared spaces, such as picnic areas or event spaces, is intentional. Our guests come because they enjoy privacy of kind of having their own little slice of nature right outside the cabin. Next slide. A typical outpost ranges between 75 and 150 acres and will include anywhere between 30 and 50 individual cabins, as well as walking paths for the guests to enjoy and be able to fully immerse themselves in the experience of being outdoors. The outposts will also include a permanent structure to house both our daily operations and a residence for an on-site full-time staff member. Here you can see a typical design. This is our Chicago outpost that we are opening at the end of this month, including how we design the roads and the pad layouts for the cabins. And important to note, because I think there was some maybe a question or a comment, but the lodge building, we call it a lodge, but it's a back of house structure really that houses the operations. So that would be our daily staff to do laundry and to restock provisions and to be able to store the cleaning supplies to be able to clean cabins and turn those over. So it's not a lodge in the sense that people stay at that or that we rent that out. And then the residence would be again, this is a 2-story structure we were proposing at this outpost, and the residence would be on the 2nd floor, a 2-bedroom residence. Next slide. So all of our cabins sit on a gravel pad, which includes a relaxing outdoor environment to sit back in an Adirondack chair or to enjoy, eating outside at the picnic table. Our pads are positioned, how we position those pads are not just to take advantage of views, which is important, but equally important is for us to minimize the impact to the surrounding environment. In other words, we try to work within the footprint that nature gives us. So if there's a natural clearing that we can tuck the cabin pad into and work with what nature is giving us, then that's our preference to minimize the impact. Next slide. This is a more technical slide from kind of our engineered plans, but this is an overhead view of what a typical pad layout looks like. And I believe Commissioner Nelson had some questions about defensible space and trimming back and removal of fuels that could be combustible. We certainly do that. We don't want to remove more trees than we need to, because that's counterproductive to the experience that we're trying to provide to guests. But as you can see on this overhead plan layout, this is a typical pad layout. We do trim back the overhanging, especially around fire pit areas. And there was a question on the walking trail, which I guess I could address now. I believe it was a condition of approval that we not remove any trees for any kind of walking paths. So I guess we would just need to know what we were allowed to do in terms of trimming back. But certainly we want to remove anything that would be fuel or overhang. Next slide. Here's some sample layouts from different outposts we have in different environments. And as you can see, we again kind of work with what nature gives us in terms of finding those clearings within the trees. Next slide. So specifically, I guess we can talk about the Hopland project and why Hopland. Next slide. So what we're proposing, has been mentioned in the staff report, is an outpost including up to no more than 45 cabins and a structure to house the back of house operations and a residence for our on-site manager. We will utilize and improve upon what is an existing internal road network, and full utilities will be provided to the site. And before we move on to the next slide, I just wanted to highlight this photo that is on this slide. This is actually our LA outpost, which is in Big Bear, and Big Bear, as you all know, I'm sure, is also very prone to wildfires, and we experience some of the same conditions there, as well as some other outposts we have in the Pacific Northwest. And I know there's going to be some questions around fire that we're happy to talk about, but just wanted to highlight that we do have existing outposts in areas that are prone. Next slide. It's already been mentioned that the timeline was provided, but I wanted to highlight that again. We've been around for a long time. It's taken us a while to get to this point, and we're very grateful to be here today. But looking all the way back to September of 2019, when we met with the planning department at a pre-application meeting, and kind of where we're at today, we've been responsive to all of the agency requests. We've tried to be proactive with the community, participating in not one but two Hopland MAC meetings. We also proactively hosted a voluntary town hall meeting with the public and invited them to participate and to voice any concerns and questions that they had, and have really just tried to reach out to the community as much as we can. We've also, in response to agency referrals, we've, as has been mentioned, had a revised CEQA initial study, and proactively met with CDFW to kind of understand their concerns on the removal of oaks and oak mitigation measures, and have made significant changes to our site plan to try to incorporate that. And specifically, when we look at oak removal or oak mitigation, the first is avoidance. First step is avoidance, and avoid removal of oaks where we can. The next is minimization. So where we do have to remove oaks, trying to minimize that number. And then the third, looking at mitigation measures. And if you looked at our original site plan from 2020, there were 240 total oaks that would have been impacted. And after meeting with staff and our engineers and walking the site back in January, our revised site plan was able to get that down to about 170. So there were some significant changes made to the road layout, and as well as eliminating driveways to some of our pads, so that they could become walk-up pads, and we would not need to remove trees to create driveways. Next slide. And you can see on the right here, these areas of red are where we think some oak regeneration could occur, and happy to talk about that more. And I know the site plan's been discussed, so we don't have to spend a lot more time on this, but I will say we've read through the staff report, we've read through the conditions of approval, agreement and alignment with most everything in there. We do have some questions and concerns about the proposed mitigation measures, which we'd like to talk through today. As for anyone who's actually been on this site, would know that a mitigation ratio of 10-to-1 or even 8-to-1 or 6-to-1 is just physically not feasible. You would kill more oaks than you're trying to regenerate, just due to suffocating. There are areas of this project that are extremely dense, and we are not proposing to develop in those areas. We're trying to develop in areas that have natural clearings. It's not realistic for me to sit here today and say that no oaks will be cleared, because that's just not possible, but we do want to minimize that. But we also want to talk about other measures in terms of mitigation, not just replacement ratios, but we would be open to placing portions of this property that we are not developing into a conservation easement so that they are protected from any future development. Certainly would like to entertain off-site mitigation given the terrain of this and this site and the density of the areas that are already generated with oaks, as well as financial mitigation that that could be used by the county for mitigation. Next slide. And that really wraps up my presentation. Next slide. I know there may be some questions that the staff has or that the commission have rather, and we're happy to talk about those. I've included some information here about how you can find out more about Getaway. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. And before we take questions from the other commissioners, I'm wondering if you have a map with you that shows an overlay of the site plan in relation to property boundaries, because I am still not clear on that.
So actually, if I may, during the break, our staff was able to prepare a map showing the overlay of the slopes with the site plan. This may help on multiple fronts to show the sort of layout and in relation to parcel boundaries. So let me share screen here again. Just one moment. Let me make this full screen. So you can see here's the slope and topography you do have, and now it's a little bit difficult to see here. So we'll see if the applicant perhaps has a better image too, but this is the parcel boundary right in here, as you see it loop around there.
Okay, thank you. Let's take questions.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Mike Nelson with Laco Associates. I have some answers to some of the questions that were raised earlier that were deferred to the applicant team. So if you don't mind, I'd like to answer those and then entertain any further questions beyond that.
Mike, do you have a presentation or are you just ready to take questions?
No, I do not have an additional presentation, but I took notes on a number of the comments that were questions that were asked during the staff report, some of which were sort of deferred to the applicant team and weren't necessarily covered explicitly in the presentation that Stephen just gave. So I thought it might be beneficial for me to just provide a little bit more detail on those questions that were asked about slopes, water supply, project area of disturbance, wildlife corridor, and a little bit more on fire safety.
Wonderful. I'm glad you took notes. Why don't you take a stab at answering those questions, and then after that, we'll open it up to the commissioners.
Great. Thank you very much. So these aren't necessarily in the order the questions were asked, but I've kind of put them into those categories. So also on the question that was just discussed, I know it's hard to pull up all these pages of technical documents, but there is a figure that is in our oak tree inventory. It's figure 1. It's page 86 in the supplemental packet that has a PDF of all of the exhibits and attachments. That shows the overall property boundary. It also shows the area of disturbance with the where the cabins are, where the roads are. So I don't know that I can share screen on that, or if Julia can, but it's page 86 of 120 in the supplemental attachments that are with the staff report. So while we take a look for that, I just want to start first on the slopes. So that was a question from Commissioner Wiedemann. And we do not have an overlay that shows both of them together, but all of the micro cabins are located on the flatter low slope areas. So if you look at that kind of slope map, that's where the cabins are. Generally where the open areas are, they are on the flatter portions of the site. We then have, the roads that need to come up some of those more sloped areas, but all of the roads meet the slope and percent grade requirements of county standards and CAL FIRE standards. And most of the cabins are on the flatter areas. That's what works best for them. And I want to talk about the water supply briefly. So as was mentioned by Julia and Susan, that is subject to state standards as a water system that needs to go through supplemental permitting and approval process with them. That will ensure that there are ongoing water rights to address that concern. I mean, certainly Getaway House needs to have a consistent supply of water for their operations. So we'll be ensured that that is something that is allowed in perpetuity and would not go away if that property were to change hands or be sold to another party. And that documentation will be required in order to get the state permits.
And pardon me, Mr. Nelson, did you say it was figure 1 you wanted to look at within the oak inventory?
Yeah, I believe it's page 86 of 120. Julia, at least in what I have on my PDF that I opened from the county's website. Yes, that is it. Great. Thank you very much. So it's a little hard, but if you kind of zoom out, and I thought this would be a good figure just to kind of talk about those total project areas, and that was next on my list. So I think to answer that question and some of the sort of square footages and numbers that were thrown out, it depends on what the specific question is. So just starting at the big picture, you say it's a 91-acre site. That purple line there that's outlining this whole area basically says the project that is occurring within that purple line. That purple line comprises 46 acres total. So it's basically about half of the area. The project is within about half of the site and of the 91-acre site. So the other 45 acres of the site has no activity or disturbance or any changes to that area. And even within the 46 acres of the project, which is that purple line there, you can see there are still large areas that don't have disturbance or roads or cabins, but the project area comprises that 46 acres approximately. So, and one of the things I wanted to point out about that and kind of my next one, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back just one second. So there's 91 acres of the site. The project area occurs within the 46 acres. The disturbed area is less than the 46. And then the question about the impervious area is a lesser number than that. So the actual impervious area is only going to be the lodge facility, the 400 square foot micro cabins, and then the areas that are actually paved on the site, which is not all of the road networks or trails that you see here. So we don't have a precise number boiled all the way down to this is the actual, but the area of impervious is a pretty low number, and the total area of disturbance is a fairly low number. We could calculate those numbers and provide them, but I just wanted to give that kind of big picture overview. And then, so there was some discussion and comments brought up about the wildlife corridor, and that's part of why I wanted to point out sort of the total areas. So again, less than half of the area is the actual project. Within that project, there is still considerable open space that's undisturbed or unchanged. And we believe that allows ample opportunity for the continuation of the wildlife movement through the area. And then I also wanted to bring up what Stephen just touched on is the proposal of a conservation natural setting. And finally, I wanted to touch a little bit on the fire safety. There may be some more detailed questions about this, but our approach with this is consulting with the appropriate agency, which includes county, CAL FIRE, the Hopland Fire Agency, and soliciting comments and input from them, which we have done, as well as making sure we follow the U.S. Forest Service requirements. I don't know if Stephen may want to add any more to this, but we also would be a requirement that all guests would have to complete a training video. This is something that U.S. Forest Service requires if you get a campfire permit, or if you're camping or you're backpacking or any of those kinds of things. They have a specific training program that would be incorporated into all guests are required to do that before they could come and stay at the site. So we completely understand fire safety is a big concern for all of us, and we want to ensure, and Getaway would ensure, that there is adequate training information, safety protocols and requirements, no burn days, locking out those facilities in any high fire days, and their considerations have been taken for that as well. One other final thing, I just want to say that I think is sort of fundamental. It's, Stephen covered well, but Getaway House they are good stewards of the land. It's fundamental to their ethos and their mission and what they want to accomplish. And I think they've gone to great lengths to make sure that they have complied with all of the adopted standards. We understand there are always concerns about projects, but our goal is to adhere to the public process, comply with the adopted standards, and satisfy the concerns of the county as the lead agency. So I believe I covered most of the questions that were brought up, and be happy to take any further comments or questions.
Great, thank you, Mike. And at this time, commissioners, let's have any questions for Mike or Stephen.
A question about the conservation easement. As I understand, Getaway House will be leasing this property from Brudico Vineyards. So Brudico is the owner. Do we have assurances from the actual owner who would be able to implement that conservation easement, that is their intention and capacity?
Hi, Commissioner Pollins, Stephen speaking here. Actually, we would be purchasing the property. So we are purchasing this from the Brudico family.
Okay. My other question is relating to attachment R, the oak inventory narrative, and specifically response that was received from California Fish and Wildlife regarding the oak monitoring and mitigation plan, which I haven't seen that actual plan yet. It sounds like it's a condition of approval that such a plan would be created. And I'm curious to see what was actually in that. But CDFW's response was that it seemed unlikely that mitigation efforts could take place on this site, given the vegetation type that is available for actually doing the mitigation. And so I'm curious if you all have explored additional sites off-site to do that 3-to-1 mitigation ratio for the 171 oak trees that are going to need to be removed.
Yeah, this is Mike Nelson, Lake. I'll take that one. So I'm trying to know, we haven't gone to that extent yet. We've had a lot of conversation with, county staff and with CDFW. A lot of that conversation has been about the mitigation ratios, but there are also a variety of ways in which you can meet the mitigation measures, and that conservation easement being one of them, on site and off site being other options. We wanted to make sure that we get to an understanding of, first of all, overall project approval, second of all, clarity on the ratios. And that's why it's the mitigation measure is the implementation of that plan.
Yeah, I guess I'm just interested in what meaningful mitigation looks like. I mean, I appreciate the notion of a conservation easement, but if this project were not approved and that project and the parcel stayed in its existing use, ostensibly those resources would be preserved in their existing state. So I guess I'm just curious, at what point does that monitoring and mitigation plan come back up for review, and who ultimately has the authority to say that that is sufficient or not? And maybe that's a question for staff or the applicant, I'm not sure.
So Commissioner Pollan, staff is deemed the lead agency under state California Environmental Quality Act law, state law. And so we adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program along with the conditions of approval for any project that is seeking those entitlements, and they run with the land in perpetuity. The mitigation monitoring requirements that have time lengths or that have benchmarks built into them, those are established that way. Other than that, we assume that it's going to be existing in perpetuity, if that helps.
I guess I'm just curious, is there a process in place by which either the Planning Commission or the public or some body that has political accountability reviews that mitigation, monitoring and mitigation plan and comments on its sufficiency?
So all of that stuff is done while the project is being reviewed by the jurisdictional agencies, and the end result of those discussions and machinations are housed within that document. So those discussions have already occurred, and what you are doing now, or potentially doing, would be adopting that MMRP along with granting the land use approval entitlement.
Yeah, so Paul, and just so you know, the MMRP is like the weird little tables at the end of the resolution.
As well, the mitigation measures are identified in the MND document.
Yeah. So I had some questions for the applicant just about how this project would be managed. And it's around a few different issues. So one is fire. And would you welcome a mitigation measure that would require no outdoor fires during periods of high fire season in the county? In other words, a ban of fires at the facility when we have high fire risk in the county. That's one question. The other question I have is about the biological report included a mitigation measure that did not end up in the CEQA document, which I found a little bit interesting. And that was about pet use and lighting and things that would distract from the ability of this ridge of land to act as a wildlife corridor. I did notice that staff picked up some of those and stuck them in the resolution. I have a little bit of a concern about the ability of the on-site manager to control dog use on this property. The reality is the people will be up very far away from the management staff remotely. And I know how people are when they're on a camping trip, and this is going to feel like a camping trip. They're going to let their dogs off the leash. And that's just a reality. I don't think there's any way you can control that. Even with rules, they're just going to do it. And so I would like to see if you would consider an outright ban on pets on this property. So those are two things that I think are, I just would like to hear your thoughts on as the proponent. And then I also have just a weird question, like, to me, it was a little bit odd to see the applicant agent complete the CEQA document. And is that common for the county? Because we certainly would never have allowed that at the city. It just is a little bit odd because it makes, the CEQA document should really be prepared by someone who is not involved on the applicant side. So
Hi, Commissioner Jones, Stephen from Getaway. I'll address the first, well, certainly the first question, partially the second question, and then I will defer to Leiko on your last question. Starting with the burn ban, we already enforce burn bans in our high risk areas. So for Big Bear and our Portland outpost as well, which is located in south central Washington in the Yakima Valley, and it's also very high prone. We have standing burn bans throughout the year on both of those sites. We adhere to those. So if staff felt or the commission felt that a condition of approval needed to be added for enforcing burn bans when burn bans are deemed enforced by the county or the state, absolutely, we would entertain that. I'll defer partially on the second question regarding the bio report and the mitigation measures. I'll speak to the lighting. We will not have, there will be a light at the back of house for parking so that staff can get to their cars safely if they're leaving the facility after sunset. But there are no lights. There's no pole lights, street lights, as you may call them, throughout the project. Simply because we don't want to have light pollution. We do have reflective signage so that if guests are arriving after night or after sundown, they're able to see signage through reflective through their headlights. And that's signage that directs them to their cabin or tells them, hey, this is your driveway or this is your parking spot for your cabin. Really, the only lighting aside from the back of house area would be we have one downcast low voltage light, low wattage light, or low Kelvin light, excuse me, that is at the entry door to each cabin, and that's a dimmable light that is really the only light aside from a guest that might have a campfire in their fire pit. To answer your question on the pets, I cannot give you a definite answer. That's something that would take some discussion amongst our team operationally. I think it would certainly detract from the guest experience to not bring their beloved pet dogs. We don't allow cats. We don't allow any other animals. We do find that a lot of guests do bring their dogs and want to enjoy that experience with them. And we would sure hate to not be able to provide that here. But I can tell you that all of our outposts that we currently operate do allow pets. I can only think of one instance at one of our other outposts where a pet got lost and was lost for a couple of days, and our staff helped find that pet and reunite it with its owner. But to your point, yes, there are going to be guests that let pets off leash, but we strongly discourage it. It's in all of our agreements that they agree to when they book a stay. It's also on our in-cabin collateral. So when they get to their cabin, there's the do's and the don'ts and the rules and regulations, which include noise control. It also includes keeping your pet on a leash. We actually provide a leash that is attached to the leg of the picnic table, so that if they want to sit outside and they forgot to bring the leash, there is a leash provided for every guest. And in terms of enforcement, the on-site manager, but it's also cabin staff. So throughout the day, the cabin staff are making rounds throughout the outpost. And if they see a dog off leash, they are instructed to approach that owner and remind them kindly that there is a leash regulation. And then it's really same for any of our regulations on the outpost, whether that's a dog off leash or if it's someone trying to start a campfire in their fire pit during a burn ban or playing music too loudly. Those types of things we try to regulate as much as possible. But I do agree with you, like you're not going to catch every instance. And I'll defer to Mike on the impact of that on wildlife, and then your third question of and I'm going blank. I apologize. Your last question there.
Well, staff will address the last question. It was more about county policy, but we'll turn it over to Lakeville for the second question.
Great, thank you. It's Mike Nelson with Waco. I think Stephen actually answered that fairly well in terms of the lighting. We understand the concern with dog use. I think to a certain extent, having something that is managed and controlled. I mean, there are no limitations on the site currently having to do with dog use or the ability of having animals free and loose on the site under rangeland zoning or under any other allowed uses on the site. So I think fundamentally having some, a facility that has rules and policies in place, understanding, all of us like to go out in the woods and in the wilderness from time to time, and usually would take our pets with us, and would hope that the people going to these facilities would understand that and follow the standards, and there will be on-site management to assist with it.
And then if I may address the last question that Commissioner Jones had asked, which was about whether or not it was common for an applicant or agent to prepare the CEQA documentation. I can say no, it is not typically common that we see that, but in this instance, we have never allowed applicants to prepare environmental impact reports because of the requirements for peer review of those studies, things such as that. For mitigated negative declarations and negative declarations, yes, we have allowed applicants to prepare those, but those are reviewed very scrupulously by county staff to ensure we are in agreement with all of the recommendations and the analysis within there. And that's why within the resolution, you see a specific clause speaking to that county staff has reviewed and that it does, the initial study and mitigated negative declaration does reflect the independent judgment and analysis of county staff.
Let's take questions from Commissioner Wiedemann.
Just on the dog issue, and I'm going to be brief, but you are surrounded by ranchers. You are surrounded by long-term residences who have cattle, and dogs will pack. And if we have urban dwellers coming up with their dogs and they just run out and there's 3 or 4 dogs there, they will pack. And if there is not a fence to protect that from happening, you might be putting your neighbors at risk for their animals. We have seen it for years here. And I have a big concern about that. I understand the need for the natural experience, but I'm kind of in on the Commissioner Jones saying, I think this area, unless it's fenced, needs to not have dogs, number one. I'm gonna move on from that. I don't need feedback. That's just, I want you to be aware that's my concern. On the next item is when we're talking about mitigations and, you know, the staff report from Fish and Wildlife, right? They, on their attachment R, with their 3 pages of mitigations regarding, let's just say, the oaks. I haven't seen your revised comments to their request that your original LAFCO report did not really address how they were really basically being environmentally sensitive to the existing oaks, especially the blue oaks. And because I haven't seen your latest rebuttal to that, I want to understand how you and county staff have figured out how we are protecting the oaks. That's my question.
Okay, this is Mike Nelson, Laco. So we had a lot of discussion, several meetings with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and went through their comment letter with them extensively, and also discussed sort of the, you know, the order of approaches relative to oaks, which is, you know, first starting with reduction and avoidance, and then getting to mitigation. So that was one of the specific things we discussed and looked at, and at their request, we went out and did considerable supplemental survey of the site. You know, so as you can see in that 46 acres of area, going out and doing a very extensive tree inventory and surveying in and locate the location of each tree within the regulated sizes and the DBH relative to the project location and the roads and the cabins themselves, and did a pretty substantial redesign based on that input and based on getting that additional survey, and looked not just at the immediate footprint of the road or of the structure, the micro cabin itself, but 50 feet in every direction. And based on that, and based on doing an extensive site walk with county staff, and unfortunately, CDFW was not able to join us on that site walk. They originally said that they would, and they were unable to join us. But based on their input, based on their letter and what they requested, we made substantial changes to the project redesign that did reduce that impact. Starting with, okay, start with, you know, if you can reduce it altogether and not have the impact, then you're decreasing the required mitigation in and of itself. So we did that, went through that, made those changes. That was sent back over to CDFW staff. We just didn't do it necessarily in an additional formal letter, but at their request and their suggestion, we made changes to the project that reduced impacts.
Do we have that? Do we have that change and reduction in a written form?
I believe you do as attachment P to your report, which is the document that describes the response to comments, but I would want to confirm that with Mr. Nelson.
Yes, and the current site plan reflects those changes. And I'm sorry, with all the documents, I can't point exactly to the page, but we have a list of what the percentage of reduction was by each of the DBH sizes based on that redesign. Yes.
Follow-up comment and question. I don't know if you're aware of it, but if dogs kill livestock, there's a county ordinance where the owner of the dog pays two or 2.5 times the value of the livestock. Just piece of information. I'm not sure I understood on the follow-up, maybe this is for staff, on the follow-up of the replacement trees, how are those monitored to make sure they didn't all die once it's done? And then my question is, are there going to be walking paths on the property that are outside of the project site?
For clarification, when you say outside of the project site, do you mean outside of the 45 acres where the development's located, or on adjacent parcels?
Outside of the, I think it was mentioned 46 acres.
Okay, just clarifying.
Commissioner Nelson, I would like to say that the Oak MMP, there's language in there that talks about a 10-year monitoring reporting schedule, with monitoring occurring in years 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 10. And reporting requirements to ensure the success of the newly planted oak trees on the subject property. And this came directly from CDFW as a result of the ongoing conversations between the applicant, agent, staff, and CDFW. So we have it's a pretty robust program, and it does, look towards the health of the trees and of the oak wood stands for, a decade.
Does CDFW do this monitoring, or does the county?
You mean we receive the reports, we would be forwarding those on to CDFW, as well as having county staff have copies of those.
All right, thank you. So
CDFW does those reports? I just need to clarify. I didn't get that, Julia.
So the applicant, they work with a biologist or whoever they may choose to select to prepare those reports, and those reports are submitted to Planning and Building Services and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And then my last question was on the walking paths.
Hi, Commissioner Nelson, Stephen from Getaway. There exists some what I would call rough trails today across the entire property. We do envision, we haven't designed the trails yet, but we do envision that they would be outside of that 46 acre footprint of the development. So potentially through the conservation easement, but again, not removing trees in that area, but improving what are already existing walking paths.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, how are we doing with questions for the applicant?
I would like to carry on from Commissioner Nelson's question. So you're planning, or the applicant's planning to purchase the whole property, not just the whole property, which means then you have control of the whole property, not just this 45, 46 acres. And you're not putting fences up. And so I'm going to assume for 96 acres, people have access, visitors have access, and with dogs. And and I have no other way to understand that they don't have access by what's proposed on your site plan of development. Am I wrong with that,
Hi, Commissioner Wiedemann, Stephen from Getaway. There are areas of the property that are fenced today. So I'm not sure where, if that was mentioned somewhere to the contrary, but there are actually parts of the property today that are fenced. For areas that are not fenced, that could be fenced feasibly and physically, we would certainly do that. We've done that at other sites, but there are parts of the property that are pretty inaccessible, having to cross a stream before you get to the adjacent property owner. We've not been able to access those. I can't confirm today that there is an actual fence there. But if we weren't able to physically build a fence, we post signage all throughout our other outposts where property boundaries are so that guests do not wander onto adjacent property owners.
And if I can just comment on that, I think we have an inherent conflict here because the dog issue could potentially be a true issue. Fencing could help solve the dog issue, but fencing creates a barrier for wildlife. And in the staff report itself, it mentions that the site will remain unfenced and largely undisturbed in terms of development, and that's in relation to the importance of this almost 91-acre site as a very important wildlife corridor. So I don't know how we resolve that today, but I do, on behalf of wildlife utilizing the corridor, want to bring up the fencing conflict issue.
I have a procedural question. Do we at some point need to open this up for the public hearing and hear from the public before we get too far down the road of providing our own opinions on the project? I'm just asking.
And I'll take this opportunity right now because it's about 12:25, so there's lunch considerations and bio break considerations as well. Julia, do you know how many people we have from the public once we open the public hearing that would like to speak on this issue? Because I'm wondering if we break before then.
We have 7 that signed up, but I will let you know there appears to be about 12 on the line. Not quite sure how that happened, but there is 7 that formally signed up, but I'm assuming that the link must have been shared amongst folks, so it looks like we have about 12 altogether.
Okay. And so if they take their 3 minutes each, we're looking at 45 minutes or so of people speaking. What about a lunch break, you guys? You want to take one? Yes? Okay. What I'd like to do then is to go ahead and complete any questions from the commission for the applicant so that we can at least close that out. And then when we come back after lunch, we will be ready to open the public hearing.
Can we also give everybody on the phone the time that we're going to come back from lunch so they don't have to sit on the phone for half an hour? I'm sure they're pretty impatient to speak at this point.
We will definitely do that. Are there any other questions for the applicant or agent at this point? Okay, great. Why don't we go ahead and save the rest of the discussion then for after public comment. Commissioners, is a 45-minute lunch adequate?
Half hour.
Half hour.
Great. Okay, let's do a half-hour lunch then. I'm going to call it 12:30. And so we would take a break and reconvene at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
With the public hearing portion to hear the public?
Yes. Great. And then before we go ahead and get offline, Julia, can you advise the public if they are online at this time, should they stay online or should they call back at 1 o'clock?
They can stay on the line. The Zoom link will stay open, but however, we're going to stop streaming to the public, so they can stay on the line if they'd like to. They can also disconnect and reconnect if that's preferable. So
great. Thank you for that clarification, and see everybody back here at 1 o'clock.
And commissioners, just be sure to please mute your microphones, and I recommend turning off your cameras during the break. So
Hey, welcome back. We are getting ready to open public comment for case number U 2020-0002, the Getaway House project. So at this time, I would like to say this is the point where we will address any telecommenters that have been submitted and are waiting in line, and the clerk will read the list in order and call the next speaker. When called to speak, please state your name for the record. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Speakers are asked to please address their comments to the meeting chair and to refrain from using profanity or engaging in conversation with members of the audience or staff.
Right, excellent. So we are just going to be getting going here. We are trying something out new today with a countdown timer. So bear with us for a moment while we get that up. We are going to share our screen with the countdown timer. And it looks like we're just getting that going. Okay, so our first speaker is Devin Jones. Devin, please unmute yourself and we'll start your time once you begin speaking. Oh, and Devin, it looks like you just muted yourself. There we go. Okay.
Good afternoon, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau has submitted comments on the Getaway House project beginning in April of 2020, again in November of 2020, and for this meeting today. We also participated by submitting oral comments in a November 30th, 2020 town hall meeting hosted by the applicant. Farm Bureau was approached by several of our members in the Hopland area who had significant concerns with this project. And after discussions with our Land Use Committee and Board of Directors, Farm Bureau decided to oppose this project for the following primary reasons. Impacts to agricultural resources. Under this definition, the project could be an allowable use for the rangeland-based zoning. However, Farm Bureau does not agree that this is a compatible use. The scale of this project, up to 45 micro cabins, permanent buildings, and related utilities, is essentially a rezone. The approval of use permits like this one connected to the project continues to establish precedent for incompatible uses on rangeland zoning that encourages future conversion to more intense commercial uses. Once conversion has occurred, mitigating that conversion to revert to a less impactful rangeland use is almost impossible. Second of all, water resources. Some of the conversation this morning hinted on some of the points that we have brought forward. But this project is proposing to secure a water source through the installation of a new well on an off-site adjoining property. This would be the water source for the facility buildings, micro cabins, laundry facility, potable water, septic treatment, and fire suppression system. Exhibit A does not specifically reference a verified water source as a condition of permit approval. Without a verified water source, there is no guarantee that there is an adequate water supply to service the requirements of this project. Historically, there is limited water supply in the vicinity of the project's parcels. Farm Bureau opposes new developments like this project that consume water at the expense of current or future agricultural water supplies. In addition, like indicated in our comments submitted, there is a concern related to the 45 micro cabins and the up to 45 fire pits that are proposed as part of this project. Mendocino County has a heightened sense of wildfire, and rightfully so. Unfortunately, we hold the title for having the #1 and #2 largest wildfires in the state of California. And I think to the benefit of our citizens, we are becoming more and more aware of what it takes to be fire resilient. So for the reasons listed above, Farm Bureau remains opposed to this project and does not agree that the Planning Commission should grant the major use permit required for this project. Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we will have Wendell Nicolaus, and I apologize if I've butchered any last names there. And we are just to bear with us while we just transfer that over to get the next person connected. It may take us just a moment. Okay, there it does appear we have Wendell Nicolaus here now on the line, and we're going to go ahead and before you begin speaking, we're going to go ahead and share our screen to show the countdown timer. Okay, there we go. All right, so when you are ready, Mr. Nicholas, please go ahead and unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. And it appears there may be, I see 2 connections for Mr. Nicholhouse. So Mr. Nicholhouse, if you are on the phone, it is *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Wendell Nicholas. We have Middle Ridge Vineyard, Middle Ridge Ranch, and MR Vineyard in close proximity to the property. Others will talk about other factors of risk, but I'm going to address fire risk. We believe the project is unmitigatable because of 2 main facts. One, the site itself. The site is on a steep ridge with significant elevation gain and some slopes well over 40%. There is abundant flammable material, underbrush, oaks, and other trees. Any fire would race through this terrain. Second fact is the getaway program. 45 small cabins, projected 1.5 day average stay, 85% occupancy. This leads to 20,000 primary urban visitors per year inherently unaware of the extreme fire risk in the area. 10,000 of these would be during the dry season, the fire season. To maximize views, the majority of the cabins, and I've been through the site, are located on the edge of precipitous slopes to maximize the views. Inevitable and extremely difficult to regulate cigarette and marijuana use and alcohol consumption will ensue. There's an extensive trail network that's already been referred to. It just takes one errant cigarette disposal to start a very dangerous fire. The combination of site and program results in an unmitigatable fire risk. The fire danger from the above facts is made worse by fire pits at every unit, steep internal roads, a main road with a steep 1-lane 800-foot section, an emergency exit on a steep 1-lane 10-foot wide road. Both are located on the west slope of this ridge. A fire starting on the west slope could easily block one or both of these roads. A few feet from the property exit, evacuating vehicles would have to navigate a 1-lane bridge over McDowell Creek before accessing Highway 175. You'll have local and client vehicles, lots of them, trying to get out, and emergency vehicles trying to get in. It would be undoubtedly chaotic. In summary, combining the site with the getaway program would almost inevitably result in dangerous fire, endangering the lives of clients and neighboring residents. We strongly urge the commission to reject this application. Thanks very much. Appreciate the time.
All right, and next up, we are going to have Henry Ward Wolf. And just bear with us a moment while we get them moved over into the meeting. All right, we have Mr. Wolf available in the meeting. Mr. Wolf, please don't begin quite yet. We are going to, yep, there we go. We're sharing our screen. When you are ready, Mr. Wolf, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Ward Wolf, and my wife and I have a residence on Old Toll Road, 13820 Old Toll Road, and really appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Planning Commission. I have submitted a letter, a comment letter for your review, but I definitely support the conclusion of the prior speaker with respect to fire risk. Fire risk by itself is enough reason to turn this project down. It's just not feasible to have that many visitors in a controlled situation without the opportunity to create a very serious wildfire. And we all know that things are getting drier and drier. It just is not prudent policy at this point to take this on and this responsibility. So I just wanted to make that emphasis. With respect to water, let me talk a little bit about water. The project well will tap into an existing extremely limited aquifer. The aquifer was hard to find, multiple attempts to locate the aquifer by prior generations. 2 wells were already tapped into it. When both are pumping, yield from each is halved. So the reliability is questionable and certainly in drought years. In addition, Brutico's groundwater agreement with Getaway can be rewritten, revised, and expanded by current or future owners to the detriment of neighboring vineyards and agriculture. And again, it's just untenable to think about that as it relates to water. I also have reason to be concerned about the 5,000 gallon per day cap on the project well. That's assuming 54 gallons per day per unit. I think those of us who are familiar with some of the drought conditions in other areas would tell you that even in a drought situation, a minimum of about 125 gallons per person, people still need to eat, wash up, shower, do those kinds of things. So I'm of an opinion that it could be 3 times that. So clearly, the wastewater plan is also inadequate. It does not meet our wastewater plumbing code, which provides guidance to 100 gallons per day per RV unit. So I'll wrap up here briefly, but just to me, the concern with respect to water is number one, as it relates to agriculture that's well positioned and very productive in the area. And number two, the reliability of the water source supply to this project cannot be guaranteed. So again, I do have a comment letter. I won't take any more time, but I really appreciate the opportunity to speak and appreciate the process we're going through. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right. So moving right along to our next speaker is going to be Kenneth Richter. And again, just bear with us while we get them brought over into the meeting. Okay, let's see here. There we go. We have Kenneth Richter in the meeting. And once we share our screen here, Mr. Richter will give you the go ahead. So when you are ready, Mr. Richter, go ahead and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
This is Ken Richter. I'm a 24-year resident of McDowell Valley. I would like to thank the commissioners for letting me speak today on opposition of this project that's happening. I don't want to beat the fire thing down too much because everybody's really spoke a lot about that, but I am farming locally here in the valley, and I can contest to 4 fires that I remember have started in that valley between Old Toll Road and up to the top of McDowell Valley. Both of them are 2 of them on the reservation side and 2 on the other side. Luckily, the fire department and the conditions weren't such that they were able to get these fires under control. But in the right conditions, I certainly wouldn't want to be the person who approves this project because it's not going to be a matter of if a fire happens. I think it's more of a matter of when a fire is going to happen. I'd also like to say that I'm opposed to the zoning. I mean, you buy a piece of property, you do your research. This isn't commercially zoned or industrial zoned. It's rangeland. That's what it needs to be. I really feel for Mr. Stevens, who's had his house up there and enjoys living in the country. I have walked the property. I have seen the sites. You could literally throw a stone from his porch and hit several of these cabins. His property value is probably just plummeting to nothing. And it just find it hard to believe that you can come in and do this sort of a project and we would allow this to go through and alter people that have lived here for years and years, their lives. The lights from the cabin, the view from my house is the eastern slope of there. They're going to clear all the knolls. They're going to stick all these cabins up there. And I've heard how they're going to mitigate the lights. There's these huge windows. I'm going to look at this Christmas tree where, I had this beautiful landscape to look at. It's going to change my view forever. I have a lot more that I could probably say, but I'm running out of time. I just want to thank the commissioners again for allowing me to speak. And I'm not opposed to this sort of a project or the getaway, but I just don't believe that this is the proper location for it. So thank you very much for my time today.
All right, so next up, I'm going to totally butcher this name. I apologize in advance. The name is Catherine Olschlager. I hope I got that right. Doing my best to pronounce those. And so we'll bring her on over into the meeting here. Just give us a moment. There we go. And then once we get our timer up here, we'll go ahead and have Catherine begin her comments. So one moment. Excellent. So Catherine, when you are ready, please go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Olschlager. You actually said it perfectly. I am an attorney with Downey Brand, and I represent Wendell Nicholas, as well as MR Vineyard and Middle Ridge Vineyard, which are located in the immediate vicinity of the proposed project. We have submitted several comments since this project was initially proposed, most recently yesterday when we submitted a letter that I hope you all have had opportunity to read. My clients are opposed to this project and are extremely concerned about its environmental impacts. The project is simply not suitable for this location. It is inconsistent with the range land zoning. In stark contrast to surrounding agricultural uses, this is a destination resort specifically designed to draw transient habitants from San Francisco. In fact, on Getaway's website, each of their developments is portrayed as an opportunity to, quote, escape from a particular urban center. As this meeting has made clear, there are a number of details about the project that have not yet been fully vetted. The project does in fact have the potential for significant environmental impacts, and an EIR is therefore required under CEQA. We retained 3 expert consultants to peer review the environmental analysis conducted by the county in the areas of biology, fire risk, and traffic. Their reports are attached to the letter we submitted yesterday. Each of those experts has opined that the environmental analysis for the project is inadequate under CEQA, and that additional analysis must be conducted before this project is considered for approval. 2 of those experts will be addressing the commission today: Dana Riggs of Soul Ecology, an expert on biological resources, and David Rich of Reacts Engineering, an expert on fire risk and behavior. They will offer comments on the specific concerns within their disciplines, but I would like to address a few of our comments, several of which have already come up today. The traffic analysis is inadequate. Now, this is important. The planning staff misstated the trigger for requirement of a VMT analysis. The deadline of July 1st, 2020, the question is not when the application was deemed complete, but when the document was circulated for public comment. Because the revised ISMND was circulated after that date, under CEQA guidelines section 15007C, a VMT analysis is required. In addition, Old Toll Road is inadequate for the project and to manage project traffic. No comprehensive traffic study has been prepared, and that must be conducted before the project is considered for approval. The hydrology analysis is also inadequate. CEQA requires the project proponent to demonstrate a secure long-term water supply, and the applicant here has not done so. Our clients' wells are co-located with the wells used for this project and have already been affected by drought conditions, will be further affected by the project. David Rich will address wildfire concerns. We've also raised issues related to noise and biological resources. We hope that you'll read our letter carefully. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, and next up we will have, let me see, sorry, we've got a lot of names on here. We're going to Dana Riggs next. Let's see if we've got, there we go. We're bringing Dana over into the meeting. And then next we will get our countdown clock up, and Dana once, oh, there we go. So Dana, when you're ready, please go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Riggs. I'm a principal biologist and appearing on behalf of Wendell Nichols, Middle Ridge Vineyard, and MR Vineyard. I have a background in wildlife ecology, and I am the owner of the firm Soul Ecology. I also have more than 20 years of experience performing biological assessments and impact analyses here in Mendocino County and throughout Northern California. I recently conducted and submitted a peer review of the revised initial study and biological resource assessment. It is my professional opinion that the project may result in significant unmitigated impacts to biological resources and that the mitigation measures adopted are inadequate for those species described in the report. Most urgently, the documents omit any information on wildlife movement on the property despite being located within an identified primary movement corridor. As a result, the ISMND fails to address potentially significant effects on wildlife movement to and from potential breeding and nursery sites off-site. The proposed mitigation is inadequate to protect this important wildlife corridor and will cause unnecessary fragmentation of the habitat, resulting in potentially even more adverse effects to species on the site, such as introduction of invasive species and or pathogens from this new interface, and may fail to protect unidentified critical pathways for these species, particularly if the rest of the site is steep and those existing pathways are now being used for roads, paths, and recreation, as discussed. Furthermore, there is no evidence to support the proposed easement area, which I've just heard about today, will be adequate to protect wildlife dispersal needs given the lack of information on wildlife movement on the site. Based on this and other comments in the report attached to the letter submitted on March 18th by my clients, I believe an environmental impact report is warranted and necessary for this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, and next up we will have David Rich. And again, just bear with us while we move them over. All right, and just one more moment here. And David, when you are ready, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's David Rich, and good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for hearing me. I'm a fire scientist. My consultancy has conducted numerous fire hazard assessments in California for commercial and residential developments. We are also fire protection engineers. I'm appearing on behalf of Wendell Nicholas, Middle Ridge Vineyard, and MR Vineyard. My report details a fire hazard assessment based on historic fire perimeters and mapping tools from CAL FIRE. Indices vary in that report. However, one of the most recent assessments conducted by the California Public Utilities Commission in 2019 puts this region in its Tier 3 most extreme fire hazard category. So, while the development looks like an RV park and has been described as a campground in planning documents, it has been classified correctly, I think, for the purposes of this application as an R1 hotel or motel occupancy. Building and fire codes assign a relatively high risk and potential for loss of life in these occupancies and provide stringent provisions for protection of life in them. So, more strict than some other occupancies. Egress is one of them. And while we typically think of egress occurring inside a building, in this case, roads are an important element of that system of access and egress. And depending on which code you're looking at, those roads need to be between 20 and 28 feet wide. 800 feet of road at this site is 12 feet wide. If this width is to be reduced significantly from the standard, there should be mitigations. And the mitigation should be accompanied by a rational analysis demonstrating that they provide an equivalent level of fire life safety for the occupants. So if you're going to say there's a second exit out of this place, I think you need to go look at the code and see that campgrounds require a second exit. It's not a mitigation. And if you're going to say that signage is going to help at the top of the hill to stop people from going down when a fire truck's coming up, you need to go look for literature that says signage in rural areas isn't necessarily complied with by drivers reliably, and share that with your officials so they have something rational to base their decision on. I did take a minute to look at the Big Bear development because that came up in the talk earlier. That development is in a residential area and it sits 2,000 feet from a CAL FIRE fire station and 1 mile from a second fire station. The two nearest fire stations I see for this development are 3 and 5 miles away. The 3 mile is a volunteer service. That's all I have to say for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one more speaker, and that is Mike Abba. And it looks like we have 2 connections for Mike Abba. So let's connect the phone one as well at the top of the screen there. And let's see. There we go. Yes, Mr. Abba, please hold on one moment till we get your timer up here. All right, Mr. Abba, go ahead and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Mike Abba, and I live at 15,000 Old Toll Road, which is only a few miles due south on Old Toll Road from the Getaway Project. I am concerned with people coming from urban areas not knowing the severity of the Mendocino fire danger. It would only take an ember from a fire pit or even a slip of a cigarette to start a dangerous fire. With the steep slopes on the south edge and any kind of north wind, a fire could move rapidly to the south. It would be to my house very quickly, almost without warning. If we were lucky enough to get out, we other area residents and Gateway guests would be trying to leave over a small 1-lane bridge on Old Toll Road, a short distance from the Getaway exit, while fire equipment would be trying to get in. Also, being so close to the site, the combined night lights would be a problem, as with any loud music coming from the 45 cabins. Also, having to do with noise, if dogs were allowed into the area, it'll be a new environment, and at night they would be smelling all kinds of animals, coyotes, skunks, raccoons, deer, bobcats, and that could trigger them to bark all night. In addition, all the extra traffic would cause even more potholes on Old Toll Road, which are always a problem and which the county very rarely maintains. Also, the extra traffic will increase the likelihood of accidents at the already dangerous intersection at Old Toll Road and Highway 175. These are my concerns and the reasons, as a resident for more than 12 years, I am extremely opposed to this project. Thank you, commissioners, for your time.
All right, so that concludes the signed up speakers we have, but I will note that there are other individuals on the line, so I'm unsure, and I would like to look to direction from the chair as to whether or not you'd like for me to see if others are on the line would like to speak. I'm not sure if they're here for this.
How many do we have waiting on the line?
Well, it's a little hard to tell definitively since some people joined with 2 connections, but I'm going to guess I see about 2 others that I don't believe we've heard from yet. Let's go
ahead and take those 2.
Okay, so I'm bringing over Natalie Kirkish. And Natalie, if you wish to speak on this item, please unmute your microphone and we will give you 3 minutes to speak on this.
I do not wish to speak on this item. I'm just listening in. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So then the next one that we will bring over then is going to be, there's one that says RHHA office. I am not sure who this may be, but we're going to allow them to speak here. RHHA office, are you interested in providing comment on this item?
No, I'm not here to comment. This is Byron Turner. I should represent myself. I'm with Laco Associates.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So let's see. Let me just scroll down the list, see if we have any other ones. Nope, that looks like it was it. So we've concluded the public comment then.
Okay, great. Thank you for your help with that, Julia. So we're going to go ahead and close the public comment at this time and bring it back to discussion amongst the commissioners. Would anybody care to take the lead?
soon as I find my cursor, I can unmute myself. So I think you all heard the same concerns I did, and I concur with them. Fire is the big one. Related to that is the Old Toll Road, especially the narrow bridge. Water shortage, I'm the ag representative, and so I have to be very protective of water rights for vineyards. I think that's a problem. I would be concerned about trash and maintenance on the Old Toll Road as well. And at least on our property, we are doing our ridgetop and along the freeway fuel mitigation, where we're removing what they call ladder fuels and the lower limbs on any trees that are hanging down that might catch on fire. So that if there is a grass fire, it moves slower and doesn't get up into the trees where it can jump from tree to tree. I didn't hear, where there was going to be any mitigation for that. We've got the possibility of folks from places where it rains all summer and it's green, where it's green, and we have people from the city that aren't as aware of fire danger as those of us who live out in the rural area. So I have to say that I'm opposed to the project and will vote no.
Thank you, Greg. Diana, would you like to take the next stab at it?
Sure. I am having a hard time also with the traffic ingress and egress, especially dealing with fire, but also the impact to the roads there. When you're looking at us, one of the Collins gave kind of numbers, and it also talks about that in the reports of they're hoping for full capacity to make this project work. That's a lot of impact to a rural, basically ag farm ranch area. And to put that kind of impact on this community, and clearly I was up probably till 10 o'clock last night reading every letter that came in, and there was only one out of the multitudes that supported, actually they supported the company, not necessarily the project, because they referred to another project, but everybody in the neighborhood is opposed to it. So I have to hear the public response. So I agree with the attorney who spoke that said there was no traffic study, and there should have been. There should be an EIR even before us on this. And once again, I talked about like bringing urban people to the rural character, rural county experience is great. I get that. But I think when you have these kind of like glam camping areas, and you're allowing dogs and you're allowing outdoor fires, you're offering them a lot of freedom at the risk of the neighborhood. And so I will probably oppose this myself based on the findings that were submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Marie?
I'm ready to weigh in. So this is an interesting project, and it's interesting for me to be on the other side of the table, so to speak, as a commissioner. I actually find this much more difficult than I thought it would be. I do feel like this kind of project is appropriate for Mendocino County. I just don't feel that this is the best location for it. There are just too many issues that I see with this project that are either unresolved or unclear to me. And I think the other commissioners have spoken to some of those. But when we get to the area of developing findings for denial, I think a big issue is the use permit findings for adequate utilities and access roads. it's pretty clear that a case has not been made that the single lane road would be adequate in a situation where there is a fire, nor is it clear to me that both egresses being on the same side of the hill would be adequate in the case of a fire. In terms of whether or not it would constitute nuisance conditions, which is a use permit finding number C, I think it would constitute nuisance conditions for a couple of reasons. One is the fire risk. The other is ambient noise in the valley because it's high up. That noise would go to all the neighbors. And then the dogs could be definitely a nuisance to the neighboring ranchers. And then there is also, does it conflict with other uses in the area? And I think the issue with water use is not resolved for me. I'm uncomfortable approving something where water rights are dependent on a handshake between two private property owners, which may not go with the land, whereas the use permit would go with the land. And that could set up a situation in the future where if someone wanted to operate this, they would be trucking water in. And for me, that also is a problem. So I do want to compliment the applicant on what looks to be a beautiful resort opportunity. And I would encourage you, if you want to come to Mendocino County, to try and find a place that's more appropriate. I understand why you were attracted to this site. It's high up, it has beautiful views, it's in an amazing natural setting. But unfortunately, those are also the characteristics that lead it to be difficult for us to approve because it doesn't have water access. It's going to conflict with a corridor for the movement of wild animals between two very large open spaces. So that's just too many issues that for me haven't been resolved effectively. I found the reviews by the outside experts compelling. And with that, I'll shut up. Thanks.
Thank you. Cliff.
Yeah, I don't need to belabor any points that have already been made, but I think my concerns on this project are primarily around the egress, both in the case of fire and in just the normal impact on the day-to-day life for folks there on Old Toll Road. I also agree with the conclusions of CDFW and the analysis provided in some of the public comment by the California Native Plant Society about the insufficiency of the mitigation in terms of its impact on oak woodland habitat. And reading through in attachment B, it is not clear to me that those issues have been addressed sufficiently. And I would only feel comfortable moving ahead if they were. I agree with Commissioner Jones in the global sense that I'm not opposed to a project like this on its face, but given its current location and the impact on the neighborhood and the potential for risk of life and property, I can't support it in its current incarnation.
Thank you. And I'm finding myself with similar thoughts and concerns as the rest of the commission here. And I'll just highlight the top concerns for me because I actually have a long list here on the paper. But one is the inadequacies with the biological survey, including mitigating impacts to oak woodlands. That's very incomplete for me. I do want to see that VMT analysis on all projects that come forward on greenhouse gas emissions. I think staying attuned to the big picture of climate change, especially if we're bringing people up from the city to shuttle them out to, remote properties in the middle of oak woodlands, we need to understand not only the site-specific implications of that, but what it means for us to meet our county's greenhouse gas reduction goals. I do have concerns about that one-lane bridge. If I were to consider in the future a project of reduced scale with a full EIR, I would want to see a two-lane bridge be part of the solution there. But in its current incarnation, and without further environmental analysis and at this scale, I'm just not able to support this project. I may be a lone voice on the commission for this. But, if this project were to come back with, say, 20 or 25 units, if it were feasible at that scale, and it could be shown that these impacts could be sufficiently mitigated, I would be, I would hear that with an open mind. But the current project just doesn't cut it for me. It's too heavy of an impact for the community. Any other points of discussion from the commission, or perhaps we're ready for a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Before we move, don't we have to ask the staff to come back with findings for denial? Or?
Yeah, we do.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I was just going to click the mouse for that.
Yeah.
In the comments of the commissioners, I think what we'd be looking for is a kind of a tentative motion by the commission,
Yeah.
motion to staff to come back at a later meeting with a resolution for adoption with written findings that would support the future final motion for denial. Would the commission want to hear anything else from either the applicant or staff?
Doesn't look like it.
I would just like to say, I also appreciate this type of urban refugee experience too. I think the project in itself, I think it is the location is the problem.
And I echo that as well. I mean, I resonate with the ethos of the company, the whole premise. I would actually be excited to have a project like this in Mendocino County. This site is a problematic location, at least with it at this scale.
So are we opening it, Chair? Are we opening it for any feedback? I didn't hear what you said from the applicant.
Oh, I think we're done with the applicant at this time. I think what we need to do is give direction for staff to come back with a revised resolution. Do we not?
Yes, that's correct. And then staff would like to just have, sort of some, let's just go through it again, the reasons and supporting information for that denial resolution so we can be sure we accurately reflect the commission's desires.
Do you want to lead that, Julia, or do you want to go through the findings that you'd be looking for and then we can comment?
Well, I would want to hear from the commission your reasons for recommending or for denying the project or wanting to deny the project, and then I will capture those and I can recap them before we conclude this item.
Okay, great. I thought Commissioner Jones did a great job of articulating those, and also Commissioner Wiedemann. So perhaps you two can take the lead on that.
All right. I believe they didn't, I'll go first. I believe they didn't meet the analysis for the traffic impact on egress and ingress to the site as stated in the meeting. I believe they didn't really address the wildlife issues around the EIRs that would be required. And the other thing I would say is, obviously it's a high fire area, and all of the above kind of the two I mentioned tied into that with the lack of water. Take it from there, Marie.
All right, so I'll just recap what Weed said in a slightly different way. So under use permit finding number A, which is about utilities and access roads, I think the commission had a majority opinion that the egress and the access roads to and from a fire safety perspective were problematic, and also that the lack of proven water supply for the project in terms of the analysis was inadequate. In terms of use permit number C, which is whether or not the use could constitute a nuisance, we have determined that it could constitute a nuisance in terms of fire risk and dog or animal risk to local ranchers and ag people. In terms of item number D, does the use preserve the integrity of the zoning district? Again, there's that conflict with local ag uses. And then in terms of the CEQA document, there was some inadequacies in terms of the traffic analysis, doing the VMT analysis, and then also just basic traffic counts which weren't included. And the biological section of the CEQA document needed some more information with regard to impacts on oaks and mitigation measures required thereof. I think I got everything that y'all said, but I may not have. I tried.
Thank you. I will be able to go back and review the video as well. I just wanted to make sure we had at least a little bit of a, making sure everyone's in agreement with sort of those various points. So I have some good notes here. And unless you'd like me to restate them, I have them pretty clear here and we got them on the record.
Great. I'm confident with that, Julia. And do we have a date certain for when this will come back before the commission?
Looking at a calendar. So let's see here. One thing that we need to take into consideration here too is we may have more of an organizational meeting coming up with the change in the makeup on the Planning Commission from 7 members to 5 as well. So my recommendation would be that this come back at the April 15th calendar to give staff adequate time, and then also to provide for a potential organizational meeting if need be between now and the 15th.
Before we break up, can I ask just a question? It might be totally out of order, so attorney, please stop me if I am. I was wondering if it would be worthwhile to have a revote on the castle, because there are 4 of us. Oh, I guess there are only 3 of us that can vote. That's the problem.
Deputy County Counsel, that's correct.
Sorry.
Okay, great. So this item will be back before the commission on April 15th. And staff, is there anything else we need to do to reach a conclusion today on this item?
I believe we would just like to have a motion about continuing the item to the 15th with a roll call vote on that.
Okay,
I make a motion to continue this item to April 15th meeting.
With a resolution for denial?
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Nelson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
Yes.
Commissioner Pollan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Chair Purnell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm just referencing the agenda here. We are now moving on to agenda item number 7, matters from staff.
Well, I have no matters today, but we did have a discussion a little bit earlier about potentially, talking about a presentation related to water resources and some of the standards from environmental health or possibly the groundwater sustainability agency. So I just want to affirm with the commission that that is your desire. And if you have any direction you want to give to staff in getting a workshop or presentation like that set up.
I would love a workshop on that. And my preference would be to add it to a short agenda somewhere.
Yes. Understood.
Which is April 1st.
And maybe keep it to 2 hours just for itself.
Yes, sure. So that's something that we can certainly look to. Of course, I'll have to reach out to these various agencies and find out when they are available. And then we'll want to look at a particular, sometimes we don't know how loaded an agenda is until a couple weeks prior when we're doing our notices for it. So I can come back once I've reached out to those agencies with a tentative date for the commission.
Great. Thank you for your follow-up with that, Julia.
Okay.
Anything else from staff?
Nothing additional from staff at this time.
Okay, any items from the commission?
I just have a question about tomorrow. This is now my 2nd commission meeting and kind of long, and I'm guessing tomorrow's going to be kind of long too. Do you have any sense? Are we likely to go till 2 or 3 just so that I can plan my day?
My assumption would be yes. Typically, when we have cannabis items and cultivation, normally it is an approximately 3-hour discussion at the Board of Supervisors. So I would anticipate that at minimum for the cultivation discussion. Facilities often can be shorter, but we do have substantial public comment. We're close to 200 comment letters, and I'm sure we have numerous telecomment requests, and those will still be rolling in.
I have 10 sitting in my email.
Yeah, we've gotten 10 more today. So I would anticipate it being a longer day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, I'm muted. Tomorrow, I believe tomorrow will be the last meeting that we have with the 7-member composition of this body. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we thank you. I see Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski's unmuted himself as well.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, yes, the ordinance changing the composition will go into effect next week.
And did that new ordinance also have the appointments of alternates? Has that process begun yet?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, I believe that was removed as a concept from the ordinance. So it is just the 5 districts.
That is my understanding as well.
And has the last district appointed somebody yet, or not yet?
Not yet at this time. We can check the board calendars for next week as well, but that's really at the discretion of the district supervisor as well.
And for tomorrow's meeting, could you also start by putting it in context with what the Board of Supervisors is going to be discussing on the 23rd? I think there's a special meeting, and how our action will feed into that, because that's not clear to me, and it wasn't clear to me in the staff report. So maybe tomorrow at the beginning, you could provide that context for us.
Yes, absolutely. I believe you're referring to the start date of the Phase 3 ordinance, and I'm more than happy to build that in. Not a problem.
Thank you.
And also there was mention in the staff report about an urgency ordinance. So
that is the same item. Yes, that's the same item. Yeah.
Okay, anything else from the commission? Diana.
Yes, Greg, I want to just thank you for all the years and all the dedication you have shown to not just, being a planning commissioner, but in the larger community of agriculture, farmlands, and you are so much appreciated, and I've enjoyed sitting with you.
Well, that's very kind. Thank you very much.
And Greg, I want to echo those sentiments too. In the likely event that tomorrow goes long and we're tired and we forget to mention you at the very end, it's really been an honor to serve with you. And I think your love for this community and this county shines through in all the work that you do in the community. And it's just truly been my honor to serve with you on the Planning Commission.
Okay, I'm blushing now. That's enough. Thank you.
All right. I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have no minutes, correct?
No, we do not.
Very good. Well, then we are at adjournment. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.